Great. So we'll get started in a wee minute or two once one or two more folk join us. Nice to see a couple of folk joined already. Obviously, a very happy live stream. A lot more relieved and celebratory than last week's live stream when things were still a bit uncertain. When we had our last live stream, Celtic were still challenging for the title. We were lying in second place going into the last game of the season, and right up until 3 minutes to go, it was the title was going to Hearts and Celtic were going to be runners-up. Then happily a piece of magic by Marcello Saracchi, running about half the length of the pitch, beating 2 or 3 Hearts players, couple of passes. He reappeared on the left-hand side in a lovely outside of the foot path to pass to Callum Osmond. Hello to you. Sligo Boy strokes Sean South Gary on. Lovely to have you on. Lovely to have one of the regulars. So as I said, lovely outside of the foot pass by Marcello Saracchi inside the Hearts defence. Brilliant run by Callum Osmond to get in behind. Dyson Maida checking his run to get himself back on side. Lovely ball back across the box by Callum Osmond. Dyson Maida beat the defender beat the defender with his run, beat the goalkeeper with the speed of his run, and then flicked the ball over into the net, cueing celebration, which was curtailed after about 2 seconds when the flag went up from the faraway linesman. Happily, 45 seconds, a minute later, VAR correctly awarded the goal. On first impression, it looked clearly onside, so I was surprised to see the flag go up. Hail to you, YMCSC. Still celebrating? No, I basically, after a couple of days, I was back to normal. Me and Mrs. David 67 went away for a couple of days of holiday, and so things quietened down in our household quite quickly. But hopefully more celebrations to come on Saturday evening. Can you forgo 1969 evening to you as well? Day 6 and Scottish media. Well, I'm not sure. I think the Scottish media are just starting to move forward. Happily, the powers that be released the audio of Don Robertson talking to Kevin Clancy in VAR, confirming that the game was over. In essence, what was supposed to happen after Callum Osmond's shot hit the back of the net with about 20 seconds left of added time. In essence, the ball was supposed to get taken back to the centre circle. Hearts would kick off, and then the referee was going to blow his final whistle once Hearts had kicked off. That's more apparently the way to do it. Evening to you, Twantastic. Evening to you. Evening to everybody. Champions again. You're quite right. Evening to you as well. San Fran Celtic. Hail to you. Hail to everybody watching and participating. And great to have you on as well, Paul Maguire. Hail to you. Let's say great to have everybody on, and great to have lots and lots of the regulars, some who've been with the live stream since very first one way back in I think August, September time. I think quite a lot of us have been celebrating ever since, as I say, a couple of days, Saturday evening and Sunday, and for me back to normal. So yes, as I was saying a wee bit earlier on, certainly, yes. So for the first day or two, certainly a lot of the news coverage, both in Scotland but all around Britain, and if not all around the world, was centering partly on how well Celtic had done to come from a very dodgy position a couple of months ago after the Dundee United match. It looked like we had to go 100%, 7 wins out of 7 in the league to win the league, and lo and behold, Celtic came back from the international break. I think it's one of the few times the international break has come at a good time for Celtic. As I say, did allow Martin O'Neill, Sean Maloney, Fotheringham, McManus to have a sit down. Did allow them to have maybe a sit down in a planning meeting with players like McGregor and Forrest and the other players who were left behind on the international break. I think it then did allow Celtic to come back from the international break, a few days of training, and then fully focus for that away day back in Dundee against Dundee. And then that led us into the St Mirren match in the league, St Mirren match in the cup, and then 5 out of 5 in the 5 out of 5 in the post-split fixtures, and lo and behold, so Tonetastic, good to have you on. I'm not sure if you've been, you've been banned off most media type things, but you're welcome on the David 67 channel. Yes, so say for the first few days, it was rather dominated by the, rather disappointing pitch invasion by the fans. Certainly there was quite a lot of harassing of Hearts players, Hearts officials. There appeared to be a bit of pushing and shoving from both sides, a bit of pushing and shoving from the Hearts players, understandably, because they were upset by losing, upset by the pitch invasion. So not really going to excuse the pitch invasion. I do think people got rather carried away. Hopefully it doesn't turn into anything too serious. One would suspect a big fine for Celtic and possibly some kind of restriction on fan access, or Celtic having to have some undertaking. They're going to double their stewards and double their police efforts or something. But I don't think it's going to be any worse than that. Wyoming CSC, 1 European Cup, 56 titles, 121 trophies. The undisputed masters of football, Scottish football. I think that's pretty much the case. And I think to an extent, the fact that now Celtic are the most successful Scottish club, I think the European Cup stands us separate from all other Scottish clubs. The fact we got to another European Cup final and lost to Feyenoord, then another European trophy final where we lost to Porto, I think that does put Celtic way above. Now 56 titles, hopefully yet another trophy at the weekend, another double at the weekend, and also we have won 14 out of the last 15. 14 out of the last 15 leagues as well, so very much Celtic dominating Scottish football massively at the moment. Yep. I suspected, Tonetastic, that you were under a new name. As I say, nice to have you on. Nice to have you on. Pat McLaughlin, champions again. Yeah. Yep. It's been a good week. I was asking in the wee preamble, the little promo thing for this live stream, whether people felt confident that Celtic would do it. Basically, in the first half, for me, the fact that we did start, I thought, rather slowly for the first 40 minutes. I think both Celtic and Hearts were a bit nervous and a bit tentative for the first 40 minutes. I think we had one shot properly at goal from Sebastian Chinecki. Hearts had 2 or 3 shots and headers that missed by a long way. And then it did feel as if after Hearts scored that goal from very good in-swinging cross by them, we didn't defend the ball brilliantly. Sinisalo possibly should have got to that with his fist. Unfortunately, it got through to Shankland at the back post. But basically, as soon as Celtic pulled back with that penalty kick just before half-time, I was actually very, very confident that we were going to do it one way or another. Hail to you, Trudeau must go. Yep, so basically, when we quickly got back into the game with the penalty kick, I don't think anybody in Scottish football Trudeau must go. Who's winning the Thistle match? As far as when I last looked, St Mirren were, I think, 1 goal up. I think that's certainly how I would expect that result to go. I would expect St Mirren to knock out Partick Thistle over the 2 legs. Yep. So Wyoming CSC saying St Mirren 1-0 up. And Twintastic saying also St Mirren are 1-0 up. So quite nice to see Partick Thistle getting back into the top division. I always have a wee soft spot for Partick Thistle. When I went to stay with my grandparents on holidays in the summer and spring and stuff, a couple of times we did go to watch Partick Thistle playing games, just because it was quite a near ground to where my granny and granddad live. So do have a wee soft spot for Partick Thistle. Anyway, but I do think St Mirren are going to be too strong. Great to have you on, Clashman Numpty. Good evening to you. You're saying you're just sobering up now. Have a head like that mobile phone that the Dirty Hearts player destroyed. Hopefully the authorities is looking into that. Certainly, my understanding is Police Scotland and the Scottish footballing authorities do have to look at all the various different pieces of mobile phone video, the CCTV that Celtic would have had, that the police commander would have had, all the Sky footage, all the other footage from any other TV channels, BBC, etc., that would have been covering that game. So certainly there is footage of a Hearts player. I can't remember which Hearts player was stamping on a mobile phone. There certainly is video of Lawrence Shankland having a pushing and shoving match with a fan. I think all these things will have to be looked at. My feeling is probably, given the fact that the football players were supposed to be on the pitch and the fans weren't supposed to be on the pitch, probably the football players, the Hearts players, will get a wee bit of leniency and mitigation in terms of how they reacted, because, as I say, they were supposed to be on the pitch and the fans weren't supposed to be on the pitch until after the game was all done and dusted, and the players, etc., off the pitch, and all the celebrations being done. Although my suspicion is Hearts had 2 plans, one of which was what they were going to do if they drew or won the game, and what they were going to do if they lost. I'm pretty sure that had with them having lost, they had a plan that they were going to go back to Edinburgh as soon as possible. So I do think possibly some of the narrative about them having to leave early because of the pitch invasion probably was a wee bit of a red herring. My suspicion is they probably had a plan agreed with the police, the stewards, given the fact there was a big event already all lined up at Tynecastle for them going back to Edinburgh. So I suspect that they already had a plan to leave Celtic Park fairly early. Pat McLaughlin, I completely agree. I think possibly people like Chris Boyd, Derek McInnes, Alan McCoist, the people on Talk Sport, some of the people on Sky Sports and BBC, STV, etc., etc. I think I think the unfair focusing and criticism of Andrew Dallas and particularly John Beaton was very, very unfortunate. I think the John Robertson and Paul Hartley and Chris Boyd all got rather carried away after the Hearts Falkirk match that they were watching for Sky. I think everybody got rather carried away, and also the fact that people like Chris Boyd, Derek McInnes, Alan McCoy know very well what John Beaton and Andrew Dallas's reputation is, as to what clubs they are thought to be supporters of. They're also aware of their general, some of their games where they've been referees, etc. in the past. I do have a lot of sympathy for, in this case, for John Beaton. As I said, I've got quite a lot of family who live in the Motherwell area. One of whom knew John Beaton as a wee boy and as a teenager, etc. So at primary school, then at secondary school, and apparently he was a very nice young man at primary school and a very nice young man at secondary school. Quite right, Clashman Numpty. Celtic fans standing up for Andrew Dallas and John Beaton. It certainly does feel a wee bit like a parallel universe. However, if we're being fair to John Beaton, in the Celtic Rangers match, it was him that chose not to refer the Alistair Johnston tackle on Mikey Moore. That could have been referred. It could have been upgraded from a yellow to a red. My personal feeling was it should have been a yellow. That seemed to be, from memory, what the KMI panel said. I suspect that we'll probably find out in a couple of weeks' time in the end of the month video show with Willie Collum and that guy from Radio Clyde and Sky Sports. Quite what Willie Collum thought of that one. Yep, I think a lot of people did think the Hearts were going to win. I think it was a more sort of romantic. Yep, that was a good. So I wanted to come back to this question. Do you think, so Clashman Umpty saying, do you think Callum Osman can save us a few £1 million next season? As right from when Callum Osman was signed by Celtic last summer, I thought that Callum Osman was going to turn it into a very good player for Celtic in a couple of years' time. I was fully expecting him this season that's coming to an end to have been playing kind of the Adam Ida role, being on the bench, coming off the bench, being basically Celtic's second backup striker off the bench. So a wee bit like the Ida role, a wee bit like Johnny Kenny, etc. I expected that Callum Osman would have been given a lot of extra playing time in the first couple of months of the season. I thought he and Shin Yamada would have been the two backup strikers. So I do think Callum Osman, assuming he can keep fit next season, I think he's going to be. So my expectation is that Celtic will sign one top quality striker, maybe signing Kelechi Iheanacho as kind of the role that he's played this season, coming off the bench, 20 minutes, half an hour to go, maybe coming off the bench in this for the final 45 minutes, if he can get his fitness up a bit, and then having Callum Osman as the spare striker, and then in certain games swapping Callum Osman to be the starting striker and the 1A top quality striker being on the bench for some of the other Scottish games. So I do think Celtic will invest either a big transfer fee or not necessarily a big transfer fee, because nowadays you can sign good players on freedom of contract and also in the final year of the contract. So maybe the same way that we signed Kieran Tierney for nothing. and Benjamin Negrin for 2 million, or Dyson Maida for under 2 million several years ago. Maybe we don't have to spend an absolute fortune to buy the player, but we need to give them massive, big contracts, big weekly wage, etc., to get them to come. I think also if we do get into the Champions League, that also puts Celtic up a couple of rungs in terms of who they can bring in. So basically, to answer Clashman Numpty's question, I do think that next season Callum Osman will be a more important player for Celtic, and then the season after that, 27, 28 and onwards, I think he could be moving to become Celtic's #1 striker, or a 1B striker alongside a more experienced 1A striker. But I think he's got tons of talent. He's got incredible pace. He's got good striker's instincts. He's also got, he's also not a greedy player, in that he could have taken that shot himself from a poorer angle, but instead he very cleverly squared it to Dyson Maida, for Dyson Maida to score. So I do think all these factors are very important. I do think he could be next season a 20 goals a year season striker, and then the one after that moving up to the next level. So Pat McLaughlin saying Maida on a 4-year bumper deal, keep Iheanacho, by Jordan Larsson. I'm not massively sure that Jordan Larsson would want to come to Celtic. As I said, I think a previous live stream, I think it's actually a pretty difficult situation coming to a club where your dad has been one of the greatest players of all time. Hasn't worked out terribly well for many players playing at a club where their dad has been a superstar. So you think about Jordi Cruyff, you think about Paul Dalglish, the son of Kenny Dalglish, quite a number of others where sons haven't done so well. But and also I've got this vague recollection, that Jordan Larsson had said in the past he didn't want to go to Celtic for the reason that his dad had been there before, and he would always be compared to his dad. I think I would love to see Dyson Maida staying, but I think Dyson Maida, he turned down a big whopping 4-year massive contract that would have made him right up the top 2 or 3 paid at Celtic last season. My feeling is at 27, 28, he's wanting to move to play in Germany, England, somewhere a bigger, richer, better league than playing in Scotland. So I would love for Dyson Maida to stay. I think it's last season Celtic offered him the sort of money that Tierney, Jota, Carter Vickers, McGregor was on. So putting him up right in the top 1 or 2. So yep. So Clashman up to I would tend to agree. I think Dyson Maida's off. He was offered a massive contract last season. I dare say that Celtic, after the cup final is done, before Dyson Maida goes off with the Japanese international squad for the World Cup, I dare say Celtic will have a chat with him again. Maybe they're chatting with him at the moment. My understanding is that Spurs are one of the teams who are very keen to sign him. So Slabber and Cabbage, I understand why people did it, but it was wrong for them to come on the pitch. So it's understandable people got carried away, but Celtic fans did get carried away at Ibrox after the cup quarter final. Some Celtic fans did encroach onto the pitch after the Motherwell winner from Iheanacho in the midweek, and a few hundred Celtic fans did come on the pitch. So I can understand it. I can understand why people did it, but it was still wrong, and it could still get Celtic into major trouble, and theoretically could mean Celtic start next season with a 3-point penalty, a 6-point penalty, could start next season with a suspended penalty number of points off if there's another offence, could start next season with the first game or two at Celtic Park being played behind closed doors. All these things are perfectly within the powers of the Scottish Football League. So I think the thing that the fans should have done was waited for the final whistle, waited for the players to leave the pitch, and then maybe come on. So, with it being the third pitch invasion by Celtic fans within the matter of a few weeks, there are lots of different penalties Celtic could be given. Some of which are more punitive and more of a damage to Celtic than others. Big fines. Remembering there was a big inquiry after the Rangers pitch invasion, which admittedly was by far much more Rangers than Celtic, but the Celtic fans did come on. The slabbering cabbage, that is a point, but it's not really the point. The point is there have been 3 incidents in quick succession. That's 3 times Celtic fans have let the club, let themselves, and let the 99% of other fans down. So no pitch incursion. So people coming onto the pitch is not just a Celtic thing. Players being harassed by fans is not a Celtic thing only. But the point is that Celtic fans have been guilty or have done this. So there will be penalties for it. But we'll find out over the summer just what happens. So moving back to football things, when CSC, yes, I did think that Martin O'Neill's substitutions worked out really well. Iheanacho had a really good 45 minutes. It's the first time he's actually played a good 45 minutes football for Celtic. All the other times where he started a game or come on as a second half sub, he hasn't really had the energy, the endurance. I think it's also a really important thing to stress that it was Iheanacho who very, very quickly closed down Cammy Devlin. So Spittle kicked the ball into the box from the free kick. McGregor headed it out, and it was Iheanacho who made a tremendously quick run to block out Cammy Devlin's shot, rebounded to McGregor, who passed to Osman. So I think and Iheanacho was much more active, much more fit, more pace, more ability to hold the ball up. Great shot that hit the post. He was, it's probably his best game for Celtic, or his best half for Celtic all the time. As I said, Twintastic, I understand why people did it, but the same as you understand why people over celebrate on a Friday night or a Saturday night and then get themselves in trouble. Or lots of things are understandable, but it's understandable sometimes to get carried away with the emotion and the excitement and the happiness and stuff. But it can still get yourself in trouble in terms of injuring yourself, injuring other people, or breaking laws, etc. So I completely understand. I understand why, but just my personal feeling is that as appeared to be the opinion of 99% of the fans at the ground, for people to stay off the pitch, because it creates a narrative that shouldn't really have been there. It's created a side story which is taken away from what a brilliant day that was for Celtics. That's another thing. The pitch invasion and the whatever the confrontations were or weren't with the Hearts players and the Hearts officials. All these things are true, but the point is, if the Celtic fans had stayed off the pitch, there wouldn't have been all this extra media narrative about Celtic fans coming onto the pitch yet again. So, anyway, it may be this is going to be something that we agree to disagree about. Clashman Upty, people running onto the pitch for selfies is a joke. They wouldn't be happy until we get a points deduction. Selflessness is worse than there's no defending. Well, I would tend to agree with it. Thank you, Clashman Numpty, for the slabbering cabbage. What I'm trying to say is people who are normal human beings do things on Friday nights or Saturday nights that are stupid, and that gets them into trouble. The court or doesn't say, "Oh well, I can understand you were so excited that something good happened in your life, so we'll accept you breaking the law or doing something that's against the law." That's all I'm saying. I was using an analogy. I was using an example in the real life to illustrate the fact that coming on the pitch is against the rules. And mitigation and all these things, the fans are not allowed on the pitch. Which is why in England in football, which is why in England and Wales on a football pitch, the mere coming onto the pitch can be treated as a criminal offence. In Scotland, you have to commit a criminal offence whilst on the pitch at the moment. The strong likelihood is by the time the next season starts, the Scottish government and the Scottish courts will have changed the laws on this. Fair enough, Pat McLaughlin. I've been to a lot of football games as well, and coming on the pitch is against the rules. So it's against the rules. It's against the rules. The fact that some people get away with breaking the rules, I'm sure all of us. And again, this is just an analogy to illustrate an example or in real life. So just for explanation, this is an analogy. People break the law all the time by speeding in your car. Generally, speeding in your car is against the rules. It's against the law. If the police stop you or you get caught in a speed camera, you then face a penalty. There's very little mitigation for breaking the speed limit driving your car. And so all of us, I'm sure, have driven over the speed limit. Some of us have been caught for breaking the speed limit and got penalty points or a fine or whatever. But a lot of us get away with speeding in a car. But it doesn't stop the fact that speeding in your car, breaking the speed limit, is against the law or against the rules. Fair enough, Slabber and Cabbage. You see it one way, I see it. I'm not attacking Celtic fans. I'm simply saying those Celtic fans broke the laws of the land. They have potentially got Celtic as a football club into hot water in terms of getting a punishment for next season and a fine for this season. Potentially, as has happened with lots of football clubs around Europe, stadium bans, no home fans for a certain number of games, closed door games, no away fans, Celtic fans going to other venues. All these things are potential. So I'm not attacking Celtic fans. I'm just saying by breaking the rules, it means the football club may get into danger in terms of fines, points deductions, all these things next season. Clashman, the majority of Celtic fans booed the pitch invasion, and if the ref hadn't stated the game was ended, we would be in in difficulties. Yes, so had Don Robertson chosen to abandon the game, as was within his power to do so, Celtic could have been they could have awarded that game to Hearts as a 3-0 game. They could have made the game be replayed. All these things are within the rules. The referee decided that at 3-1, with 30 seconds to go, he was going to blow his final whistle, or at least call the game to an end. Anyway, it's my opinion. People have got different opinions. Yep, Chipper 67. I have always liked St Mirren as a football club. As I said a wee bit earlier on, I have a soft spots for Partick Thistle. It was one of the grounds that I got taken to when I was a wee boy footballer, simply because it was nearer where my grandparents stayed than Celtic Park. So I got taken to Hampden Park a few times. Got taken to Partick Thistle's ground a few times as well. So I do have a soft spot for Partick Thistle, and I thought that the Celtic Partick Thistle game early in the season was a good game. I thought they were a pretty good side. Well, Wyoming CSC, I don't know the exact circumstances of the game in the Czechia League between two of the teams from Prague, but that game was abandoned with time still left on the clock, and the game was awarded to the other team, the team that hadn't done the pitch invasion. So anyway, I think we've kind of debated this. The whole point is this is now up to the footballing authorities. It's up to the police. It's up to the courts. It's up to all these things, and it's up to the Scottish footballing authorities to decide what penalty Celtic get, what penalty Rangers get for the Ibrox thing, and what penalty Celtic get for the incidents on Saturday. And for me, it's the pitch invasion has kind of taken away the story and kind of taken away. Clashman Umpty, I would tend to agree with you as well. 59,000, 60,000 Celtic fans were happy. So one scenario is the referee could have taken them off the pitch, cleared the pitch. Everyone goes back on for the 30 seconds it would have taken for Hearts to kick off. All these things are true. However, the referee blew the final whistle a few seconds early. Yep, Pat McLaughlin. Yep, that was. This is what I was trying to say. Maybe, obviously this evening I'm not really explaining myself properly. All the aftermath of the pitch invasion has taken away from a brilliant end to the season. As I said right at the start, Celtic did remarkably well. 7 wins out of 7 in the league. Coming from third place, I think most people had Celtic as third favourites. As we kind of went after the Dundee United match, I think the great majority of football pundits and so-called experts had Celtic as third favourites to win the title. Throughout from game 1 of the season right through to game 37 of the season in the league, I've said that Celtic were going to win the league. A lot of people 6 months ago said I was stupid, I was optimistic, all these things. So right from day 1 of the season, right through every single day of this season, I've said Celtic were going to win the title, even after we were third place and a lot of points behind Rangers and a lot of points behind Hearts. So this is a tremendous... Martin Neal's record in the second half of the season is remarkable. 26 games played, 20 wins, 3 draws, 3 defeats. That includes the defeat into Stuttgart. We lost a game to Dundee United 2-0. We lost 2-1 to Hibs, a game clouded with controversy with the trustee sending off the non-penalty award for Liam Scales straight after that. So an amazing 18 games in the league, 14 wins, 2 draws, 2 defeats, 4 wins out of 4 in the Cup, hopefully 5 out of 5 the day after tomorrow. And in Europa League, 4 games played in his second spell, 2 wins, 1 draw, 1 defeat, including beating one of the top German teams away from home in Germany. Really, really remarkable record. And I think, sadly, that one way or another, part of that tremendous work by the players has been slightly lost. Hello to you, Lorden634. It is brilliant to have you on. So Clashman Numpty makes the point that potentially, having been off the pitch for 5 minutes, the players' hearts might not have wanted to go back onto the pitch because of fear that there would be another pitch invasion. All good points. Happily, no one appears to have been badly injured. Happily, nothing major has happened so far. Happily, the Scottish footballing authorities have awarded the game to Celtic, awarded the title to Celtic. And my guess is it's going to be some form of big money penalty and possibly some form of restrictions of fan access or crowd numbers, etc. As has been the case through all around the world when there's been similar or worse situations. Yes, and as Tone Tastic is saying, Derek McInnes and Hearts were part of knew that the referee had called the game to an end. So all I would say is, if people, we can have a nice, pleasant debate. We don't need people being abusive, rude, nasty to other people. We're all Celtic fans in the end. We're all allowed to have our opinions, but please stop being nasty, abusive, rude, etc. to Celtic fellow fans. We can criticise what people do, but we don't need to be rude and abusive. We're supposed to be pals. We're supposed to be friends. This is supposed to be a pleasant, polite, respectful chat. Yes, Pat McLaughlin. Martin O'Neill's first season at Celtic was a brilliant a brilliant season all around. And but you're quite right. There was one very, very poor game that season. I think that's a nice point of view, Tontastic. Celtic forever. Let's stick together, because after all, I'm sure there's going to be days next season where the Scottish press, the British press, the talk radio pundits are going to be against us. There's going to be narratives on Sky Sports, BBC, STV, TalkSport, whatever, about this, that, and the other. Rubber Duck 67, just a game. I think Rubber Duck 67 is also a person who on 2 or 3 occasions just recently has said after results, easy. I know you're being ironic, etc. Because the 7 wins out of 7 that Martin O'Neill got for us after the Dundee United match. And obviously the players, McGregor, Johnston, Iheanacho, Engels. I think Celtic were fortunate in that we got Arnie Engels back just at the right time. We got Alta Johnson back just at the right time. We got Iheanacho a lot more fit than he had been before. We got Callum McGregor more fit than he had been before. I think that's to say that international break did Celtic the power of good. I think players like Iheanacho, Oxlade-Chamberlain, McGregor were really struggling for fitness, match fitness at that stage. Having that international break also gave players like Engels and Johnson a couple more weeks to get rehabilitated and fit again. A bit of behind closed door friendly practice. Obviously, that also was the case for Callum Osman. So I think Celtic timed their return from injury very well also, and they played very, very well as a team. I think O'Neill, Maloney, Fotheringham, etc. got Celtic set up very, very well as well. Yes, I think Mr. Tomboy makes a good point. Whatever evidence Hearts do or don't have to back up their accusations needs to be presented. Maybe they've got footage from their own security cameras. Who knows? I'm sure the Scottish Police and the Scottish Footballing Authorities will do a rigorous investigation and then decide what the most appropriate penalties are, and also decide whether the Hearts player who stamped on the mobile phone, whether Shanklin pushing and shoving the Celtic fan that appeared to be verbally confronting him, all these things will be looked at. Chipper 67, I'm glad you're enjoying the daily quizzes. It's all part of the channel, so Pat McLaughlin. Should Osman start before Chinecki? Now, that's a really good point. And I was obviously with tomorrow being Friday, I'll be doing some form of video previewing the cup final on the Saturday. I was actually wondering whether Celtic might start Callum Osman through the middle with Dyson Maida out on the left. I don't think personally that Kelechi Iheanacho is fit enough yet to start a game as the starting centre forward. So one option might be probably, I think O'Neill's probably going to go the safer way, which would be starting Maeda centrally, Junieki on the left, or Forrest on the left, bringing on Iheanacho with 30 minutes to go, bringing on Osmond if needed with 10-15 minutes to go. But I would, if Osmond is fit, I personally would love to see him starting the game centrally with Maeda out on the left. I do think probably Maeda's at his best playing off the left because he's really good at getting in off his wing to score goals coming in off the left. But quite right, Michael Ross. We are still champions. As you so rightly pointed out last week, Celtic were champions going into the game, and happily after 98 minutes of football, or plus 3 or 4 minutes, so 102 minutes of football with the two halves put together, we're still our champions, and we'll be champions again for another 12 months. That's really good. Fantastic. Dyson on the left, Osmond centrally, James on the right. Yep. I think personally, I know I'm probably going to be in the minority. I think personally, James Forrest this season has been way better coming on as a second half sub rather than a starter. A couple of times he has started just recently. He really didn't contribute very much at all. Yang's stats are third top goal scorer for Celtic, which is really rather remarkable. He is the player second in the tables for the player with the most tackles won. So Kieran Tierney made more tackles than anybody else. He also won more tackles than anybody else, and second in that table was Haiyun Yang. So third top for goals, second top for tackles won. I think personally, Yang deserves to start out on the right, but happy with Dyson Maeda on the left and Osmond through the middle. So, Michael Ross, my understanding is that it's not a criminal offence to come on to the pitch during a game, but it's it's a civil offence, not a criminal offence. But in England, it's a criminal offence. In Wales, it's a criminal offence. But coming onto the field of play during the game is against the laws, the bylaws of football. So it's a bit of a moot point as to at the moment in Scotland, you don't get a criminal conviction for coming on the pitch, but it remains against the rules, against the bylaws, etc. Anyway, my personal feeling is what's done's done. The pitch invasion happened. It's switched the narrative away from what it should be, which is celebrating the victory. And I would be so much happier if we could all celebrate a tremendous end to the season, a tremendous coming together of players, coaches, managers, fans, Celtic fans in the media, Celtic fans not in the media. I think it's a tremendous coming together and shows the power of the club as a whole and the brotherhood or sisterhood, etc., of Celtic fans. Anyway. Well, I mean, CSC is actually looking better than Tierney. I think, as I say, Tierney is. If we look at the, where are we? So over the course of the season, I think Kieran Tierney had a super season for Celtic. In the league, Nygren was top scorer with 16, then Dyson Maida 14, Yang on 7, Tierney on 6. So Tierney was our 4th top goal scorer in the league this season. He was our top assists this season with 8 in the league, 11 overall. In the league, he had the most tackles at 58, the most won tackles at 38. So I think Kieran Tierney had a brilliant season for Celtic. 4th top for goals, top for assists, top for tackles made, top for tackles actually won. I think Tierney probably, having played 3 games in 6 days, was probably a bit tired on Saturday. And that was the benefit we had, was we had a really, really good left back come on, Sirachi, who was able to make that mazy run to help set up the second goal, the goal that really changed the history. Brilliant run out of defence, beating 3 Hearts players, laid it off, swapped back to his left-hand side, brilliant pass inside the defence for Osmond to square to. Yep, Perry. Considering Tierney's lack of game time at Arsenal, I think he's done a lot. I personally can't talk for everybody. I think Tierney's been Celtic's 2nd best player this season, arguably. When you look at 4th top for goals, top for assists, top for tackles attempted, top for tackles actually succeeding and winning the ball back. He's had a brilliant season, and for me, he and Nygren have been Celtic's 2 best players of the season. Yep. I would much happier. Quite right, Lon. I would be much happier. In essence, the pitch invasion has happened. Whatever happens in terms of repercussions will happen. We've won the league. Let's celebrate. We've won the league. Let's look forward to the game in 2 days' time. Yeah, let me see. Well, the thing is, Kieran Tierney is a Celtic player. Whether Sirachi stays or not is I would like Sirachi to stay, but I would suspect that Sirachi probably wants to go to a club back in South America or possibly in Spain. I think he's adapted to Scotland quite well. His use of English is still fairly rudimentary. So I think he probably would feel more at home playing back in South America, Uruguay, Argentina, etc., or going to play in Spain. I think he's got quite a number of offers from various different clubs. Now, reportedly, after the cup final's done, there are planned talks between him, his agent, and Celtic. So maybe we'll see what happens. Can you forget? Do you think Andy Robertson will come? I would doubt that Andy Robertson will come to Celtic at this point. Again, the same issue would be who would be the first choice left back, Robertson or Tierney. I think the stats I was showing there for Tierney's goals scored, assists made, and tackles made and tackles won. In essence, he's top for 3 of those 4 categories. And given the fact he's playing left back, I think that's really, really admirable and really, really good. Perry 840, you make a really good point. Sirachi has played left midfield on a fairly regular basis previously in South American football. So not necessarily playing as a left winger, but certainly playing as a left-sided midfielder. I think it would be a really good idea to try, if he does decide to stay at Celtic, which is a possibility, probably not a strong possibility. I think Celtic could explore using him as a left-sided midfielder. And he has got the ability, the speed, the ability to cross and pass, etc., and shoot, which would allow him to play as a wide left player or as a left-sided midfielder. Michael Ross, you'd rather have Sirachi over Robertson. I would tend to agree in that, again, it would appear that Sirachi was willing to be the backup to Kieran Tierney. Whether he would be happy to be the backup to Kieran Tierney again next season. However, I think having Sirachi and having Kieran Tierney does allow Celtic, if they did want to swap to some form of 3-5-2, Sirachi would be perfect for left wing back, Alistair Johnston for right wing back, or if we got a Rojo back from Bournemouth on a permanent transfer, again, he could play right wing back. If we were going for three at the back, we technically could play Tierney as a left centre back and and Johnson as a right centre back. I don't see Andy Robertson coming from Liverpool to play for Celtic. My guess is that Robertson will probably end up playing for one of the other English Premier League clubs like Newcastle, Tottenham Hotspur, or maybe moving to Italy or to France or to Spain. Mr. Tomboy, point lots of people are making. I don't think Sirachi would actually cost us that much. He'd kind of fallen out with his parent club, so I would have thought 2 or 3 million would be enough probably to prize him away from his current club. I don't think they'll play particular hardball, so I think it's more whether Sirachi sees the next 2, 3, 4 years of his life in Glasgow or not. With Kieran Tierney's history of injuries in the past, there is always the chance that he's going to get injured again, possibly even during this World Cup. So, which is why I was a wee bit surprised personally that Greg Taylor chose to leave, because there's always a fair chance that with Tierney that he's not going to complete games, which was the case quite a lot this season. He didn't play very many 90-minute games. So it did appear that so Perry 40, I would love Sirachi to stay. I think there's a possibility that he would stay. Trudeau must go. I don't think Sirachi's wage demands would be as high as 35,000 per week. I don't think he would be an especially costly transfer, given that, remembering also that that the rumoured fee for Julian Arojo coming from Bournemouth to Celtic was around about 5 or 6 million. Arojo's weekly wage being about 50,000 was more of a stumbling block rather than the amount of money Celtic would have to play Bournemouth for it. Clashman Nupti, has Askew done a Toulouse-Lautrec? Well, when I last read Jens Bertel Askew had moved from Motherwell to Toulouse, and that was confirmed today. I don't. Sorry for there being cross purpose. I don't see Danny. We're talking about Danny Welbeck. I don't see him choosing to come and play for Celtic or coming to play in Scotland. I think he's always going to have plenty of opportunities and offers from teams all around the English Premier League and the English Championship. Yep. Dundee. It's a done deal. Lauren saying, confirming it's a done deal. That was what I read. As I said, so yep, Penny 840, Welbeck would get 60,000 pounds a week easily elsewhere. I don't see Danny Welbeck wanting to come and play for Celtic. I think he's got too many offers, too many admirers down south, for him to want to come and play in Scotland. Similarly, with Kelechi Iheanacho having a good end to the season, my impression is he's more likely to go down south to play in the English Premiership or play in Premier League or to play in the English Championship for one of the up-and-coming teams. I think his reputation has been restored by particularly the last couple of months playing for Celtic. Welbeck's had a good season. He's scored a lot of goals, which is why I don't see him coming to Celtic. Yes, you're entirely right. He's been successful playing in England. I'm sure he's not got any intention of coming to play in Scotland. Chipper 67. Here's the Chipper's take on the goalkeeping situation. Don't think Sinisalo is the number one material yet. I think we need a proven goalie in the sticks who can produce big moments consistently. I hear where you're coming from. I personally think that Viljami Sinisalo has deserved to be Celtic's number one. I think he's been a better goalkeeper for Celtic in the second half of the season than Kasper Schmeichel was in the first part of the season. He's made one or two mistakes. However, I do like the fact that Sinisalo is so much better than Schmeichel, so much better than most goalkeepers at commanding his 6-yard box. Now, admittedly, that backfired on Saturday with the cross that ended up being scored by Shankland. However, for the rest of the game, I thought Sinisalo actually took control of his 6-yard box far better. He is so much quicker out to the edge of the box to clear the ball, or thinking when the score was still 1, he beat Braga to the ball to get it cleared when Braga would have been through 1-on-1 had Sinisalo not very quickly got to the edge of his box to clear it from just outside his box. So his save when it was 1-1 against Aberdeen away from home at Pittodrie from the header was a brilliant save. He made some good saves in the cup match, the Ibrox, that was 0-0. He was brilliant in the penalty shootout. So I think Sinisalo has done enough to be Celtic's number one at least next season. However, what I do think is Celtic should sign another Viljami Sinisalo style young, good quality goalkeeper. There's been a couple mentioned coming from Poland. There's been a couple mentioned coming from Austria. I think that would be a good option. Would be having someone roughly the same age or just younger than Sinisalo that's had 2 or 3 years as a first team goalkeeper. And I think for me, Sinisalo deserves to be the number one goalkeeper at the start next season. I think he's shown in most of the games that he plays a good style of goalkeeping to suit Celtic. 3 or 4 times on Saturday, he was practically at the halfway line to keep Celtic on the counter attack and be an out ball for passing and stuff. Anyway. Oops, sorry. Great to have had you on, Slab and Cabbage. We've had a nice wee debate. It's been, in the end, it's an agree to disagree type of thing. I think one of the difficulties with these sorts of forums where I'm talking and other people are putting up things in text form is sometimes there can be cross purposes about what people actually are meaning or saying, etc. So thank you for the debate. Thank you for the chat. And if all goes to plan, we'll be doing another one next Thursday, hopefully celebrating a double and hopefully celebrating nothing going untoward off the pitch. Lorden 6348, be interesting to see how Motherwell get on next season. If Askew losing Askew will finish them, or if their squad can stay together and build with someone else. I think the problem is that the side that Motherwell now have is built to fit the Jens Bertel Askew all action football, attack with 7 or 8, defend with 7 or 8, pack midfield, non-stop running all over the place, non-stop passing, fullbacks appearing as wingers, midfielders appearing as centre-backs. It's a tremendous style of football, and I don't think there are many other managers who will play that system at Motherwell. It was a brave man, Jens Bertel Askew, to completely change the way that Motherwell played. He adapted and improved a whole lot of players. Stephen Welsh seems a much better player now, having had 12 months playing for Motherwell. Players like Maswanizi, Slattery, Longello, Sparrow, Elijah Just, all these players were players that were humdrum players or players sold by other teams as free transfers or released by other teams as free transfers. So he's done a tremendous job. And I do think, unfortunately, Motherwell probably are liable to go backwards, unfortunately. Motherwell will try to get St Johnstone manager or Rhys McKay, someone who continues this brand of football, or another unknown with same principles. Yes, it could well be that if Motherwell probably have known that Jens Bertel Askew was going to be leaving at the end of the season one way or another, whether he moved to Celtic, moved to England, moved to France as he has done. So maybe they've already got someone lined up to replace him. Pat McLaughlin wouldn't be surprised if Motherwell ended up in St Mirren's predicament next May. There's a I think that is what it has tended to be actually in Scottish football, that teams like St Mirren, Kilmarnock, Motherwell have a really good season, then often the next season they crash back down to the bottom. So St Mirren, Kilmarnock, etc., have been kind of fluctuating different ends of the pitch. I can certainly see Falkirk next season being much the same level this next season as they were this season. My expectation is that Hibs will probably push forward next season. I'm not as convinced as many people seem to be that Hearts. I think Hearts probably won't be much stronger next season than they were this season. I'm certainly hoping that Celtic don't have all the problems off the pitch and on the pitch that they did this season. It's remarkable, given how traumatic, topsy-turvy, chaotic our season's been. 3 different managers in 4 different spells, lots and lots of injuries, all the commotion off the pitch, all the protests, the bans, the balls being thrown onto the pitch, etc. It's remarkable that Celtic in the end have come through to win the title and are 90 minutes or whatever away from 90 minutes away from yet another double. Clashman Numpty 8678. I personally wouldn't be terribly happy with either Roy Keane or Robbie Keane. Roy Keane has not been a successful manager despite having 3 or 4 goals at 3 or 4 different clubs. Robbie Keane has been a successful manager in Israeli football, then a successful manager in Hungarian football. Don't know whether Ferencváros won or didn't win the Hungarian league. I think they might have ended up second. They certainly were going into the last game of the season. They were lying second. Yep, Perry 840, Hearts and Rangers both missed a trick not trying to get Askew. I think Askew, having been so successful in Scottish football, I think his next step was to try himself either back in Denmark, where he's originally from, at one of the very big teams in Denmark, or more likely move to one of the bigger European leagues, English, Spanish, French, which is where he's ended up. So I don't think he was awfully keen to stay in Scottish football beyond the end of the season. Paradise Huddle, you'll never walk alone. Hail, hail, double on the cards. Yep. It would be... it would be... Michael Ross, you've got an odd feeling that Wilfred Nancy will get a second chance. I'm not sure that Wilfred Nancy will get a second chance at Celtic. I think he'll get a second chance probably managing either in America or more likely in France. There certainly were 2 or 3 French clubs reportedly lining up to sign him as their manager for next season. Michael Ross, Ange was great, but please move on. It's never happening. As I've said a few times on previous live streams, I'm not a great fan ever of going backwards with managers. It was successful in terms of trophies under Brendan Rodgers. I don't think Celtic were a better football club at the end of Brendan Rodgers' 2 and a bit years. I think Celtic was definitely a better team at the end of 2 years of Ange Postecoglou's time as manager. My personal feeling is that Celtic kind of went backwards under Brendan Rodgers. Our way of playing, our pace of playing, our passing, our attacking intent all went back by 25% under Brendan Rodgers, having come forward about 50% in the previous 2 years under Ange Postecoglou. Ange Postecoglou is not a fan of ever going back to do a job he's done before. So, Chipper 67, Bellamy's managed a handful of Wales games, got sent packing by Bosnia. Is that the level of manager we are wanting? Can't believe it. I think Craig Bellamy is potentially a good manager. I think he understands the Celtic way of playing football. He is quite an attacking manager in his outlook. However, completely 100% agree. All he has done is been semi-successful as a Wales manager. And when it came to the ultimate test, Wales and Bellamy failed. So my personal, I agree with you. I think Bellamy will be a good manager. I think Bellamy probably requires a couple of years at least as a club manager before he could take on a team of Celtic's importance and size, etc. Scott Dougal, Thomas Frank would be a good option, but unlikely. I think my personal feeling is that Celtic probably needs Celtic need an experienced manager who's managed high level players and managed high pressure situations and has got a few years at least of club management behind them. So Thomas Frank, successful manager elsewhere, successful manager for Brentford, not terribly successful manager with Spurs in terms of the English League. However, he did get that Spurs team into the top 8 in the Champions League group stage last season. So does appear to be able to manage teams in Europe. However, didn't seem to have the same success managing the same Spurs players in English football. Chipper67 saying O'Neill with Roy Keane as an assistant. I think Martin O'Neill with Sean Maloney as an assistant would be a better partnership. And I don't personally see Roy Keane giving up his multi-million contracts as media pundits for various different channels. Classman up to Knutson as number 1, and would be happy with Maloney's. Well, I think Maloney as an assistant manager is a very good option. I think Sean Maloney's input as the assistant manager, head coach, etc., under O'Neill's been very, 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 very important. So Ferencváros edged it with 5 times the budget of the second place team. I did know going into the last game of the season it was touch and go between Ferencváros and the other team who'd been kind of top of the table for a long, long time. But a wee bit like Celtic, Ferencváros had a couple of games in hand that they'd been working their way back through. And Ferencváros had won the Hungarian Cup final a couple of weeks beforehand as well. So Lorden, I think they're sticking by Roll. Can they really give him more money? Though presumably they'll give him till Christmas, then he'll be off if they're not doing well. Certainly quite a lot of rumours that there are 2 or 3 German clubs lining up to sign Danny Roll as their manager. Wolfsburg, who I think have been in relegation problems in the Bundesliga. Whether he'd want to drop from being Rangers manager to managing in Bundesliga 2. There were a couple of teams reportedly wanting Danny Roll as their new manager in Germany. My personal feeling, Lawrence 6348, is that Rangers probably have to sell before they buy big. So I wouldn't be too surprised if players like Chermiti and Fernandez and Raskin all end up moving away from Ibrox over the course of the summer, and then that gives them £30 million, let's say, which will get reinvested back in the squad. It does sound from the wee bits and bobs I've read about Rangers on the BBC and various different websites and stuff, they're having a bit of a clear out of their team as well. So Tavernier is obviously leaving, and there are about 3 or 4 other Rangers players, Danilo and a few others who are leaving as well. And my impression is they're probably going to sell 2 or 3 of their highest worth players and then try and replace them. So Michael Ross saying, what Celtic manager's record in Europe is good apart from O'Neill? Well, Gordon Strachan did get them into the last 16 of the Champions League on a couple of occasions. So I think you could give Gordon Strachan a pass in terms of European success. He got 2 last 16s, if I remember rightly. Martin O'Neill had certainly a very, very successful season. Took us all the way to the UEFA Cup final. He managed well in Europe this season. Great away win against Feyenoord and Rotterdam. Great draw against Bologna. Great win away from home against Stuttgart. So, Seaton Celtic SKS. I don't personally think that Sean Maloney is a good number one manager. Wasn't terribly successful as Wigan's manager. Wasn't terribly successful as Hibs' manager. All Maloney's successes has been as being the head coach or the assistant manager, and I do think his role this season, in his two spells backing up Martin O'Neill, has been a massive part of Celtic's success. But I don't think he could take on being the number one manager at Celtic or at anywhere. I think some people are designed to be managers, and some people are designed to be assistant managers and head coaches. I think obviously Martin O'Neill is a very good manager. I think he's a great motivator. I think he's a pretty good tactician. At 74, I think he's obviously too old to take slab and cabbage. If we're talking about Europe, Celtic managers with good history in Europe, Jock Stein obviously is the best. He won the European Cup, first ever British manager to do it, and then took the same team roughly back to another European Cup final 3 years later. So, but Jock Stein's not available. Gordon Strachan's available. Martin O'Neill's available. So of available Celtic managers, Strachan and O'Neill both have had European success for Celtic. Hail to you, Mikey Cole. Great to have you on. Sorry, I'm just trying to catch up with so Clashman Umpty's saying Shettle will sort out the nuts and bolts at the club. Well, the thing to also remember, Clashman Umpty and everybody, is that the current champions of Norway are Viking. So Viking of the Viking Stavanger club won the Norwegian league, knocking Bodø Glimt into second place. So Bodø Glimt had a very successful Champions League campaign in the end, but they ended up losing the Norwegian league to Viking. So when Celtic do play in the playoff round in mid and late August later on this year, it will be Viking of Norway who are in the draw at that point, rather than Bodø Glimt. So and actually over the last 8 seasons, Bodø Glimt haven't actually won the title in Norway every year. They've been first or second for the last 7 years, but they've actually been second 2 or 3 times over those 7 years. I'm very sorry, Slabbering Cabbage, if you don't like the live stream. I'm only doing my best. Not a professional. I'm just an amateur old fan who is trying to create a forum so that lots of people can have their voice. Well, that's a good point, Clashman Numpty. we would give our right arm for a performance in Europe like Bodo Glimt produced. However, Bodo Glimt had a great European season, but they didn't back it up by winning their own domestic league. So would Celtic have been happy had they got to the last 16 or the last 8 of the Champions League, but ended up coming second to Hearts or Rangers in the league? I don't know. I personally would prefer Celtic to win the league and then keep on improving year by year in Europe. But I think you do need to have your bread and butter, i.e. winning the league every year, and then keeping the squad together, improving the squad, getting the team playing better as a team together, and then doing better in Europe the next season. I do think if Celtic do stick with Martin O'Neill backed up by Fotheringham, McManus and Maloney, and keep about 3/4 of this team together and add on another 5 or 6 new, better players, I think Celtic can then move forward next season, win the qualifying game in the Champions League, and then have a Champions League campaign much the same as we did a couple of years ago. I think the transition from Rodgers, not all the transfer people brought in August working out, all the turmoil at Celtic after that. Thank you, Michael Ross. I suspect a degree of sarcasm and irony and humour there, but I don't claim to be any good at this. I just claim to be available and giving people a forum. You are entirely right, Clashman Numpty. Gordon Strachan, Brendan Rodgers hadn't won anything. One could even argue that Rodgers lost the title for Liverpool when they were in the pole position to win the title. One could argue that Rodgers' mismanagement cost Liverpool the title that season. By contrast, one could say that Ange Postecoglou had won tons of stuff in Australian football. He'd won tons of stuff in Japanese football. He'd been a highly, highly successful international manager for Australia, took them to tournaments they'd never been to before, produced a lot of successful players through the Australian system. So swings and roundabouts. All I was trying to say is that Kjetil Knutsen, tremendous manager. He's won about half of the titles his Bodo Glimt's team's been up for. He's won about 4 or 5 out the 8 times since he's become Bodo Glimt's manager. But he's made great strides in terms of them doing better and better in Europe. What I'm saying is, would we have, as Celtic fans, been happy to have come second in the league if it had meant us getting through to the last 16 or the last 8 of the Champions League? I suspect most Celtic fans wouldn't have been very happy not to have won the league this season, but maybe some people would have. I would prefer to win the league rather than that sacrificing a successful league season by doing better in the and it's mostly I certainly am trying my best. I am Celtic through and through, a Celtic fan since 1972, so that's 54 years going on. So I'm just doing my best. And thank you, Lorden. One of the reasons I did the live stream at 9 o'clock is it does start a bit later than some of the bigger, better, more successful channels, and it does allow us to, if we want to keep on talking and chatting and having fun and being respectful to each other right through till midnight or after midnight. Clashman Empty Bodo are the perfect example for mid-tier European club who says that Knutsen wouldn't win this league. Yes, Askew was a journeyman. Now look at him. I'm not disputing that Kjetil Knutsen wouldn't be a successful manager at Celtic. He was one of the ones I was keen for Celtic to go after. I don't think that that Kjetil Knutsen wants to leave Bodø Glimt. I think he's happy at Bodø Glimt. I think he's got the power at Bodø Glimt that very, very, very few clubs in the whole of Europe would give a manager. I don't think he would be given the latitude at virtually any other club in Europe apart from Bodø Glimt. So I don't think if he did go and manage in England or came to Scotland, I don't think he would be given a completely clean slate like he does at Bodø Glimt. Thank you very much, Jimboy67. I do try and create content for all people. So we've got the quizzes, we've got the online polls, we've got the long videos, the short videos. We've now got the live streams that we started last season. Thank you. Other podcasts seem dreary and bland compared to yours. Keep it up. We all love you. Well, that's lovely. Thank you. So I think, just for to clarify what Clashman Nutty was saying, I think Kjetil Knutsen would be a great manager at Celtic. I think if he brought into Celtic what he brought into Bodø Glimt in terms of recruiting young local players. So a lot of Kjetil Knutsen's development in Norwegian football has been bringing in Norwegian players and Scandinavian players. Now he has brought some overseas players into that. He has developed young players and created a bit of a conveyor belt of constantly moving players up and up and up through the system from academy, etc., up to the first team, and replacing other players as they get older or move on to other clubs. A wee bit similar to what Jock Stein did way back in the late 60s and into the 70s, replacing his Lisbon Lion players with the quality street kids and continuing that. So, however, thing to remember about Kjetil Knutsen's first season at Bodø Glimt is they came 8th in the league, or 11th, either 8th or 11th in the league, i.e. they didn't win their first league, but then they started winning the Norwegian league most seasons, but not every season. Jamie Brown, that I'd like Martin O'Neill and Maloney for another season. I think that would be a fine option as well. Some people were suggesting giving Martin O'Neill a 1-year rolling contract, i.e. sign him up for the 26-27 season, and towards the end of the season, then seeing whether he wants to carry on for another season. I think personally, the system that Celtic have got that had this season, in the second half of the season, of O'Neill as the manager, picking the teams, tactics, motivating the players, interacting with the fans, interacting with the board, interacting with the media, doing the press conferences, but with Maloney, Fotheringham, McManus, Strachan, etc., doing all the training sessions. I think that's worked out very, very well. And I think it maximises the talents of Maloney and Fotheringham and McManus, which is good coaching, good motivation, good team spirit, etc. And I think Martin O'Neill is a very good man manager, very good motivator, tactically very astute. And I think also in Alex Ferguson's last few years as the Manchester United manager, he did a lot of the tactics, the team talks, the team selection, but it was be handed over all the training, etc., to his assistant managers and his coaches and stuff. So I think actually it could work out for another season or two with O'Neill as in the role that he's doing at the moment, but being on a permanent 1-year rolling contract, and then seeing how it is at the end of towards the end of the season, and then another season, another season, another season. So Sligo Boy under the name of Sean South Gary Owen. We've got the World Cup, Europe transfer windows all concentrated. I think my personal feeling is what Celtic need is one manager for the whole of next season, and ideally that manager being there the season after and the season after. I do think for clubs to keep on moving forward and keep on improving and progressing, you do need continuity in terms of coaches and managers and stuff. And I think that's something that Celtic have struggled with for the last decade or so, because we've had managers for two and a bit seasons, one after. So Dyla for 2 seasons, Rodgers for 2 and a bit seasons, Lennon for a couple of seasons, Postecoglou for 2 seasons, Rodgers for 2 and a bit seasons, and then obviously we've had 2 other head coaches in 3 different spells. So I do think we need continuity. So I think if Celtic did give O'Neill a 1-year contract with a view to another year after that, that would at least give Celtic continuity for selling players over the summer, buying in players over the summer, and as Sligo Boy is saying in his under his other name, it's going to be very compacted because the World Cup finishes in mid-July. The Scottish season starts in the start of August, and our European playoff is going to be in early August. Yep, Trudeau must go. It's up to Martin. So I certainly hope Celtic one way or another keep Martin O'Neill involved at the club, be it as permanent manager for another season or two, backed up by his 3 or 4 coaches and assistants, as it has been the second half of the season, possibly moving into a director of football role, overseeing Maloney or someone like that. I don't think that's a good option. I think also a strong option that Celtic could try would be appointing Martin O'Neill as one of the executive directors to the board, as a board advisor to the chairman, the CEO, etc., as a sort of liaison between the board, the players, the scouting, the recruitment, the financial people, etc. I think that would be a good option. So Wyoming CSA, would you take O'Neill as a director of football? I think the difficulty of having O'Neill as a director of football would be, it would have to be whoever is the actual manager would have to be happy at having Martin O'Neill as the director of football, taking over some of the roles that the manager might want to do. I don't think Brendan Rodgers liked having a director of football at Liverpool. Don't think he liked having a director of football at Leicester. I think he felt that at those 2 clubs, the director of football interfered with some of the roles that Rodgers wanted to have. I don't think the director of football role. I think I think O'Neill would be a very good director of football, but it would have to be with whoever is the actual manager would have to be happy to work with Martin O'Neill, which might cut down the number of people who could fill that role, and it also might dilute the quality of the main manager. I think there are certain roles that the manager needs to do. I think there are certain roles that the director of football needs to do. And in some ways, one could argue some of the role that Martin O'Neill's done this season has been, as a director of football, handing over some of the roles that a manager often does to Maloney, Fotheringham, McManus, Strachan, etc. So I would personally see the best role for O'Neill next season being more as a permanent manager with the responsibility for the training pitch, etc., handed over to the people who are currently doing it at the moment. So, Ronald McLean, does our recruitment team need refreshing? Very much so. Our scouting team and our recruitment team needs to be refreshed. My understanding is when Paul Tidsdale was sacked in January, that Celtic had already brought in a guy who had been high up in the scouting department at Chelsea. He has taken over a fair amount of the role that head of scouting, head of recruitment does. So my understanding is the recruitment team has been refreshed already. That recruitment team didn't really get a chance to prove themselves in the transfer market because of the fact that we didn't actually have a permanent manager this January. We had an interim manager, which did mean player recruitment was very, very difficult in that we only got loan players in. Now, I think Julian Arojo was a very, very good loan signing for Celtic. I think Benjamin Arthur was a good signing for Celtic as a loan player. I think he played several games for Celtic. He played generally well when he played for us. I think there's an argument for bringing Benjamin Arthur back next season on a full season-long loan. I suspect that probably he'll get loaned out to one of the English Championship clubs instead, rather than coming back to Celtic. However, Adamu and Mvuka were very, very disappointing signings. Chavan Chara had some good spots and some not so good spots in terms of his Celtic career. Scored a few goals for us, created a few assists for us, and banged away that penalty to give us the win at Ibrox in the cup match. So there are quite a number of good spots to Chavan Chara's time at Celtic. And unfortunately, he was injured towards the end of his Celtic career. But I don't see any of those players coming back. So the transfer window in January was kind of wasted because we didn't have a permanent manager. As I tried to explain, Clashman Numpty, reportedly a man who was very high up in the Chelsea scouting system, was brought in to take over scouting and recruitment at Celtic. His role got upgraded when Tidsdale got sacked. And I am reliably informed that whoever this chap was from Chelsea had been working with Maloney and O'Neill in terms of targeting players for this window and for the window in January, but also looking to try and target players to be brought in this summer, depending on who the new manager is going to be. Celtic boy, every cog in that dressing room from Martin O'Neill downwards all important cogs in the green machine, and we don't want to tinker with that at all. I think there's a fair amount of truth in that. You're backing up Maloney, Fotheringham, McManus have all been very good. I think that's entirely right. I think all those three coaches have all had a role in Celtic making a comeback. As I said a wee bit earlier on, I do think Celtic getting Engels back just at the right time, Johnson coming back just at the right time. I do think Celtic look a far better side, both in defence and going forward when Johnson's at right back. Not taking anything away from Julian Araujo. He was a brilliant player for Celtic. Just think Johnson gives Celtic a bit more in going forward and a bit more in defence. He's also more of a leader on the pitch than many Celtic players. I think Engels gives us a bit more bite and aggression and power in midfield. I think Engels coming back helped McGregor play better as well. Clashman Umpty, I totally agree that Celtic will be a different side next season compared to this season, simply because some or all of the loan players won't be at Celtic next season. I doubt whether Maeda will be at the club. I doubt that Engels will be at the club. I doubt that Hatate will be at the club. I think the back 4 or 5 players will be much the same. So I think Sinisalo will be back next season. I think Johnson will be back next season. Trusty, Scales, Carter Vickers, Tierney will all be there. Not so sure about Callum McGregor, whether he wants to take his 2 lots of £10 million a year tax-free, or whether he wants to stay at Celtic to finish his career. He's got 2 more years on his current Celtic contract. He could take the option, if Celtic allow it, for him to go and get £20 million for playing 2 seasons in the Saudi League, or maybe it's only £14 million for playing 2 years in the Saudi League. Come what may, Celtic's going to be a different squad, a different team next season than we were this season. Jamie Brown, Honda Civic with a Bugatti engine that the engine was Martin O'Neill. I think that's true. The other thing to remember that maybe Brendan Rodgers forgot about when talking about Honda Civics can have 6 gears and go 140 miles an hour. So it's not as if a Honda Civic is some rubbish car. It actually can be, if you get the right engine in it and the right gearbox, it can be a car that goes 140 miles an hour, much like a Ferrari. So Johnson or Nygren have a decent World Cup. I'm not massively convinced that that I think that a lot of clubs in the bigger leagues around Europe wouldn't be keen to take a risk on Nygren, because he doesn't give the team as much as other midfielders will do. So I'm not quite sure whether Nygren's lack of other midfield skills will stop him moving on to another team in the European bigger leagues than Scotland. So I think he's probably going to be at Celtic another season. I think Alison Johnson, personally, no matter how his World Cup goes, will be at Celtic for at least one more season. Simply because Alison Johnson last summer got married. He's moved his whole house across to Scotland. His wife's across to Scotland. He's got pets across in Scotland. It felt to me, from listening to what he's talked about, that he's set up his house and his family life, etc., in Scotland, and he's planning to be in Scotland for 2 or 3 years. I don't see him leaving the club. Maybe it's just wishful thinking, because he is one of my favourite players. However, I do think that Nygren is better in Celtic's team than he would be in many teams in bigger leagues around Europe. One could even look to say, well, Matt O'Reilly was a great player for Celtic, wasn't great playing for Brighton, not being terribly good on loan. So you look at Kyogo moving from Celtic to Rennes, Rennes to Birmingham, not been a success at either of those two other clubs. So I think some players maybe are better staying where they are. I think Dyson Maida, in contrast, has got the quality, the ability to play in a bigger, better league than the Scottish league. So I do think if he does move to England or France or Germany or whatever, I do think he'll be a successful player in another league. I'm not convinced that Nygren would be able to move to play for a team in the English Premier League or the French League or the German League, etc., and remain being a success. Just my opinion. So, Ronald McLean, we need a manager who can stand up to Desmond over transfers. I think you need a manager who oversees transfers and recruitment and scouting. Reportedly, Brendan Rodgers had a strong role in all these different things. He and Tidsdale reportedly were the ones who greenlit all the transfer deals. Whether that's the case or not, who knows? My personal opinion about Brendan Rodgers is he has always been, no matter where he's been the manager, never really someone who takes the blame for anything he may have done wrong. He tends to always offload the blame for anything that goes wrong at a club or within a team, a result, to other people, i.e. Celtic lose to Dundee, lose to Hearts. It's all down to the players. The players are rubbish. The players are this, that, and the other. Strangely enough, the same players that Rodgers said were rubbish went 5 games out of 5 with wins under Martin O'Neill. We won the League Cup semi-final against Rangers with the same bunch of rubbish players that Rodgers said were no good for anything. And apart from and basically all the players that Rodgers had at his availability in August, September, October, whilst he was the manager, were the ones who came through in the final 2 or 3 months of the season to win the league and take us to the verge of into the cup final as well. So, Clash my numpty. Imagine if we drew 2-2 with Dunfermline, would that be a Desmond 2-2? Very good. I'm certainly hoping that it's not going to be a 2-2 because I do remember way back in, I think it was 1994, certainly it was the League Cup final against Wraith Rovers, that we ended up drawing 2-2 after extra time and then lost to them on penalty kicks. I'm certainly hoping that's not going to be the situation tomorrow, the day after tomorrow on Saturday against Dunfermline. I think equally when Celtic played Wraith Rovers in that League Cup final 30-odd years ago, I think, again, Celtic were massively overwhelming favourites. I see the game on Saturday be much more like our game against Inverness Cali Thistle in Ange Postecoglou's last game as Celtic manager, which we ended up winning that cup final 3-1. I can see a similar sort of game on Saturday. Dunfermline defending 100%, trying to score on the breakaway. I do think Celtic, one way or another, will have too much for Dunfermline on Saturday. But remembering so, the Dunfermline have come through against bigger, stronger teams than themselves. They beat Falkirk. I think they beat Hibs as well early in the cup. So they have actually had 2 or 3 shocks on the way. But I don't see Touchwood Dunfermline pulling off a shock on Saturday. Oh, excuse me. 18,000 fans from Dunfermline, fair enough. Well, there certainly should be a way more than that for Celtic fans on Saturday to drown them out. So Esbergen 7405, will Ange come back? I don't personally see Ange Postecoglou coming back. I was reading, I can't actually remember who it was, but yes. So the rumours are that Ange Postecoglou's next managerial job will be managing Besiktas in Turkey. Quite an interesting one for a person with Greek origins, for him to go and manage in Turkey. But big, powerful club, Besiktas, quite a lot of money behind them in a pretty big, successful league with lots and lots of money. So it'll be an interesting one. Kieran Kennedy, Martin Neal, sporting director, manager with Fozzie, Strachan and Maloney as assistants. I don't see Neil Lennon ever coming back to Celtic as an actual manager. I can see Neil Lennon coming back as some form of ambassador or somebody behind the scenes, but I can't see him getting a third go of being the permanent manager at Celtic. Well, I don't think that. Well, Dunfermline didn't beat PSG, Juventus, Bayern, and Aberdeen to get to the final. They beat Falkirk in the semi-final. Again, defending very well, taking it to extra time, taking it to penalties. I can't remember off the top of my head who Dunfermline beat in the earlier rounds. I know that they beat teams that were bigger, stronger, more successful teams than them. And in any game which is a one-off cup game, the other team, the underdog, even if they are a big underdog, can still win. If you think back years and years ago to Wimbledon beating Liverpool in the FA Cup final, Southampton beating Arsenal in the FA Cup final, Sunderland beating Leeds way back in the 70s. So finals, because they're one-offs, can produce shocks. Just takes one bad bit of play by a Celtic player, maybe a big mistake by Scales or Trusty or Sinisal or whatever, and then Dunfermline defend all out. Anything can happen. Yes, Partick Thistle beat them over 2 legs. It was 1-1, I think, in the first leg, and then Partick Thistle won their home leg 2-1. So, however, as I said, in the previous round, a team, Falkirk, who ended up being 6th in the Scottish Premiership, were beaten over 120 minutes in penalty kicks by Dunfermline. So, I think Neil Lennon will come with a game plan, which is to keep the game very, very tight, defend, and hope to hit Celtic on the breakaway. And much the same way that Keirat Almaty did against us in the playoff round last Champions League. They came to defend home and away. They came to take the game to extra time and penalty kicks. It worked for them in the previous round to knock out Slovan Bratislava, and it worked against us last playoff round and knocked us out over 2 legs. Yep, Celtic boy, we've got to watch the guy with the glasses. Yep, he's a decent young striker. I think Dunfermline's team are full of decent players, but it's not a bunch of players that Celtic should be losing to. And we beat Partick Thistle quite comfortably in the League Cup in one of the early rounds, and I see Celtic having the same sort of result on Saturday. So, Ernest Mosley, if Lenny and the Pars win the Cup, Britain's useful idiot is reduced to Conference League. That would make losing almost bearable. Well, I would much prefer Celtic to win. If it did mean that Rangers' European qualifying moves up by one level, I'm happy enough. I'm happy enough with that. I'd prefer, honestly, every game I've ever watched Celtic playing in 54 years, I've always wanted them 100% to win the game. So I want Celtic to win on Saturday, and I presume 99.9999% of Celtic fans want Celtic to win on Saturday. Right, Wyoming CSC. Do we know some of our potential opponents in the European Champions League qualifiers? Well, to answer that question, not to answer that question. So, Wyoming CSC. Celtic will be seeded in the Champions League playoff rounds. That's basically if Celtic win that two-legged tie this time around on August the 18th and 19th and August the 25th and 26th. So we've got basically one two-legged tie. If we win that over the two-legged tie, we're into the Champions League group stage proper. We will be seeded, which means that we technically will have an easier game, inverted commas, than we would have done. We have avoided Lech Poznan, Red Star Belgrade, Dinamo Zagreb, and Slovan Bratislava because they all will be seeded if they win their third round games over two legs. So we won't be playing any of Lech Poznan, Red Star Belgrade, Dinamo Zagreb, or Slovan Bratislava, who are the four strongest other teams. Our possible opponents are LASK of Austria, AEK Athens of Greece, Viking of Norway, so who won the league rather than Bodo Glimt. If Omonia Nicosia win their game in the third round, two-legged tie, they're one of the teams who can play. And NK Seligi of Slovenia, if they win their third round tie over two legs, they'll be one of the five unseeded sides. So if things go to seeding, Celtic will be playing either LASK of Austria, AEK Athens of Greece, Viking of Norway, Omonia Nicosia of Cyprus, or Seligi of Slovenia. If whoever Omonia Nicosia are playing in the third round beat them, they get that place in the round. If whoever Seligi are playing in the third round qualifiers beat them, they get that spot in the draw, which is how last season Kairat Almaty and the Azerbaijan side who got into that qualifying round that against Celtic. So Kairat Almaty won against Slovan Bratislava in last year's third round, which is why they got that slot and ended up playing us. So basically, to answer Wyoming CSC's, if all the seedings go to plan, it's LASK of Austria, AEK of Athens of Greece, Viking of Norway, Omonia Nicosia of Cyprus, Seligi of Slovenia, and if Nicosia lose or Seligi lose, there'll be a different team who are lower ranked getting that spot. So basically, looking at the teams that we might draw in that round, Viking of Norway obviously must be a good side if they can beat Bodo Glimt over a whole season. AEK Athens, given the fact that they've come from being sort of second or third or fourth ranked in Greece to win the title, they also are a good strong side. So there are a couple of potentially quite strong sides. I think we would expect to beat LASK of Austria. We would expect to beat Nicosia. We would expect to beat Seligi of Slovenia. So Sligo Boy saying AEK the strongest looking, I would say probably, given the fact that over the season. Viking Stavanger beat Bodø Glimt to the title. They must be a strong side as well. Yep. On paper, AEK are the strongest looking side. I would say that if we were to go up against AEK Athens or Viking, I still would have Celtic as the favourites, particularly if we do manage to bring in a few good players early in the transfer window, get them fully bedded in for the first league game of the season. Gary Simpson, as long as we don't underestimate them, and that was my feeling. Was AEK Athens of Greece won the Greek league this season just ended. Yes, as long as I completely agree, Gary Simpson. My feeling was that the players and Brendan Rodgers underestimated how good Kheira Almaty were, or the fact that Kheira Almaty could play really well to the system that Kheira Almaty had devised to play in European football. And I did feel that Celtic underestimated. When Brendan Rodgers was talking at the pre-game press conference before the first Kheira Almaty game, it didn't sound to me that he really knew how Kheira Almaty played football. He knew that they had one very talented 17, 18-year-old player who was on his way to Chelsea this season. It didn't sound like he was aware of who other Kheira Almaty strong players were, or good players were, or what their system was, and whether they played 5-3-2, 3-5-2, 4-4-3, whatever it might be. So whoever it is, I'm sure Celtic will be much better prepared this season than they were last season. Perry 840, we need to do a lot in the transfer window, players in and out. I think several players will be leaving Celtic come what may. As I said, I think all of the loan players obviously will be going back to their parent clubs. Whether Sirachi and Arojo come back is possible. It's possible. I think Sirachi is probably a better bet than Arojo, simply because Arojo's wage demands might be well outside of Celtic's usual wage brackets. Slab and cabbage, and the answer to that question is no. And it's not really been my... I can happy to celebrate with the best of them, but no, I don't tend to be get stupid and carried away with things. However, I did celebrate Celtic winning. I celebrated with friends and family, but I've never been someone who does things to excess. I think. Well, I mean, we need a better squad by then. We're always underprepared for these games. I do think last summer's pre-season training was rather disjointed. I think it was rather haphazard. I don't think we properly got our best 11 players on the pitch long enough before the start of the season. Now, that partly was complicated by the fact that Cameron Carter-Vickers had surgery during the summer break, so he was about 4 weeks behind everybody else. Rio Tati had suffered an injury in May, so he was about 4 weeks behind everybody else in terms of pre-season training. Alistair Johnston had the Canadian team go deep into the Copa America, and then he got married, so he was late coming back to training. So I think Celtic last season in the pre-season were rather disorganised and disjointed. and that we didn't actually get our best 11 players on the pitch for the last 2 weeks of pre-season. And for that reason, we were a bit undercooked coming into the first game of the season against Dunfermline. And for that reason, I think we were undercooked and underprepared when we played our first game against Kairat Almaty. I think should have been more than strong enough to have beaten Kairat Almaty over 2 legs. And if Dyson Maida had taken his chance with a few minutes to go at Celtic Park, or his chance with a few minutes to go in Kazakhstan, Celtic would have been through to the next round. Because in neither leg did Kairat Almaty really threaten the Celtic goal until the penalty shootout. It was about the only time that Kairat Almaty actually got any proper shots on goal in either 2 legs was in the penalty shootout. I think the closest Kairat Almaty actually got to scoring a goal was when somebody hit a pass back that Kasper Schmeichel ended up having to handle under the bar. Yep, Paradise. I think I think we do need, as I say, we do need whoever we sign and whoever we keep. I think we do need to get them molded into a good, strong team a couple of weeks before the start of the league season, which gives us another couple of weeks between then and the European qualifier knockout round, playoff round. I don't think, for one reason or another, Celtic had their strongest side available on the first day of the season. I think 2 or 3 players were still a week or 2 away from full fitness. And I say there were complicating factors such as Alistair Johnston's marriage, Carter Vickers' surgery, the fact that still some transfer slots hadn't been filled. I think also Kieran Tierney was working himself back to full fitness. Oops. Wrong one, sorry. David Stalker, this World Cup is going to be hard to get players in. I think that's also, you're entirely right. I think there are very few players who will be wanting to negotiate transfers into the club or away from the club until their games in the World Cup are over. I think there probably are a few players who Celtic have got on their books at the moment who might be moving away from Celtic. Obvious example being Dyson Maida. Another name possibly leaving the club, Sebastian Chinecki, one possibility. Clashman Numpty has a strong feeling that Johnston and Negrin might be away if they have good tournaments. So I think you're entirely right. I think the World Cup and the fact that you would expect Japan to be involved late into the tournament might delay Dyson Maida leaving the club. It might also delay Celtic getting players into the club until the middle of July as well. So Ronald McLean, do you think Bernardo will leave this summer? Yep. He's certainly one of the players, I think. So these are the players that I reckon are probably leaving Celtic in the summer. Dyson Maida, Ria Tati, Paolo Bernardo, Mike Navrocki, Luis Palma, Arnie Engels, Mikel Onge-Barlaquisha. Now, there were strong rumours that Celtic have come to a transfer fee for Luis Palma to go back to Lech Poznan, somewhere in the region of £2.5 million. A lot of speculation that Mike Navrocki is going to be going back to German football. Arnie Engels, very, very likely to be going to Notts Forest. He was nearly sold to Notts Forest in the winter window. There are 2 or 3 apparently German sides and Italian sides keen to sign Arnie Engels as well. So I would expect Maida to leave, probably to England or Germany. Hatati probably to go to European football. Paolo Bernardo probably back to Portugal. Novroki's thought to be going back to German football. Luis Palmas is say possibly his transfer back to Lech Poznan has been agreed, possibly not yet. Engels is away, I'm sure, and I'm sure Celtic will want to get rid of Mikel Ongbar-Lequisha. I do wonder whether he might go to France or Belgium or Holland on a year-long loan with a transfer fee at the end. I think personally that Stephen Welsh, Higata Inamura, Shin Yamada, and Johnny Kenny all will come back from the loans and probably get fitted back into the squad and given a second chance at Celtic. These are the players who are definitely leaving Celtic in the summer. Whether some of them come back or not, I don't know. So Arojo will be leaving, could come back on transfer. Sarachi will be leaving, coming back on transfer, possibly. Can't see Chavanchara, Adamu, or Mvuka coming back. Can't see Kasper Schmeichel coming back. His contract ends in June. Benjamin Arthur might come back on a season-long loan, but I suspect he'll probably end up going to an English Championship club. And whether Iheanacho or Oxlade-Chamberlain come back, again, is up for debate. Could Trusty may be leaving? There's been a lot of rumours regarding that. I haven't seen anybody expressing an interest in signing Austin Trusty. But there's certainly a lot of Celtic fans are desperate for Austin Trusty to get sold on in the summer. For me, Trusty has been a more consistent defender than Liam Scales, although I thought Liam Scales actually played very, very well against Hearts. I think he was the better of the two centre-backs on Saturday against Hearts. Just I feel Trusty over the whole course of the season has been better than Scales, but just my personal opinion. Jay Celtic boy, I hope that Kelechi stays on. I think there's an argument to say that if Kelechi Iheanacho next season was able to do what he has done this season, i.e., in the successful period Celtic had at the end of the season, being on the bench, coming on with 20 minutes, half an hour to go, and making a difference. I don't think he's shown this season that he's able to start a game and be a threat. But by goodness, in the last couple of months of the season, coming off the bench, he was a very successful player for Celtic. Half a dozen goals. He transformed, along with James Forrest, the FA Cup semi-final against St Mirren. He was a big factor in us beating Dundee 2-1 at Dens Park. He was a big factor. A very good 45 minutes against Hearts last Saturday. He was a good factor in the Motherwell win as well. Obviously scored the penalty. So he's been an important game player for Celtic coming off the bench. Whether he's happy to do that next season, we'll find out. Bergen 7405. How much will Celtic spend on new signings? I don't know. And as I said a wee bit earlier on, it may be Celtic doesn't necessarily have to spend big money on transfer fees. It may be what they need to do is instead be offering players very good quality contracts. We think about last summer, our transfer window, our two best signings were Kieran Tierney, who we got for nothing in terms of a transfer fee, but we gave him £50,000 a week as a basic salary. Negrin we got for under £2 million. However, we did give him something in the £20,000 to £25,000 a week in terms of his contract. So I do think possibly Celtic might be more concentrating on not big whopping transfer fees like 11 million to buy Arnie Engels, 9 million to buy Adam Ida, 6 and a bit million to buy Austin Trusty. I think we might concentrate on buying from leagues like Major League Soccer, J League, Eastern European League, Scandinavian leagues, where you can get really good players for 3, 4, 5 million, and then reward them with big, long contracts to keep them at the club and make them loyal to the club. So I think it may not necessarily be a massive outlay in terms of transfer fees. I think a lot of it might be actually in terms of contracts and wage budgets and bonuses and stuff. Remembering that Celtic are by about £5 million a year, the highest paid players in Scottish football. So Celtic's wage budget is about £5 million more than Rangers' wage budget for this year and the year before, and for next season. So I think the concentration of the funds in the transfer market might more be in terms of contracts and bonuses and all these sorts of things, rather than necessarily another player being bought in for 11 million like Engels or 9 million like Ida. And one could argue that the 11 million was spent on Engels wasn't probably the how much he's actually worth. However, it does look like we're probably going to be selling him on for twice as much or even more than that. Perry 840, Ox and Iheanacho in the same bracket for me. Depends on fitness and wages. I think that's entirely right. Both Oxlade-Chamberlain and Iheanacho were kind of given a second chance by Celtic. Iheanacho hadn't really played proper football for about 6 months. Oxlade-Chamberlain had been out of football from May of 1 year, so May 25 all the way through to January of 26. So he'd missed 8 months of football. So so Celtic certainly gave both those players another chance. There are stories that Celtic and Iheanacho have been in early negotiations regarding extending his contract. There's a wee bit longer, I think, in terms of Oxlade-Chamberlain's contract. I think his contract doesn't run out till the 30th of June, rather than running out at the end of May. So I'm not convinced at this point that Oxlade-Chamberlain has done quite enough to get given a 2-year contract at Celtic. Iheanacho has actually contributed a lot more for Celtic overall than Oxlade-Chamberlain. Although, having said that, Oxlade-Chamberlain scored very, very important goal to beat Livingston 2-1 with a last-minute goal. He scored the goal that gave Celtic the win in the league against St Mirren between the Dundee game and the St Mirren Cup semi-final. So he did score a couple of very important goals for Celtic last in the league season just finished. That's a very good point, Pat McLaughlin. If we're talking about Iheanacho, we're talking about Oxlade-Chamberlain, giving them a full pre-season might well be a good option. I haven't got the fog's idea how much Oxlade-Chamberlain's been on playing for Celtic. In essence, both Oxlade-Chamberlain and Kelechi Iheanacho were both out of work footballers. They didn't have a contract with anybody, so I suspect that they probably were quite happy to accept relatively low amounts of money compared to what they used to get playing for Leicester and Man City and etc., or Liverpool, Arsenal, Besiktas in the case of Oxlade-Chamberlain. So quite how much they would want if they wanted to stay at Celtic in the longer term. I have a feeling that both Oxlade-Chamberlain and Iheanacho will end up going down to play for English Premier League clubs or English Championship clubs, rather than staying at Celtic for next season. I think both of them have had their careers to a greater or lesser extent resurrected by playing for Celtic for 6 months, or in Iheanacho's case, 9 months. Oops. Michael Ross. Oh, very nice for you to have joined us for a couple of hours. Michael Ross, it's been a nice, pleasant, respectful debate. Lots of sharing of opinions. Thank you for the compliments you gave me earlier on about the live stream, etc. And as I said, if all things go to plan, we'll be doing the same again next Thursday. And I was planning to do, as long as there was a demand for it, I was planning to carry on doing a weekly live stream throughout the summer. There will be hopefully contract negotiations, transfers, rumours, etc., going on throughout the summer. Although our season ends after the game on Saturday against Dunfermline, with there being a World Cup, etc., with us obviously being involved in Champions League qualifiers in August, the players actually won't really be away from the club for very long. They'll probably be maybe 2 or 3 weeks or so, and then starting to come back into pre-season training in early July. So we probably actually won't be off have much of a break in terms of actual Celtic news and Celtic stories between this season ending on Saturday and the next one. So what is... Thank you, Gary Simpson. So what's the score prediction for Saturday's game against Dunfermline? Well, I'm going to go at this point for a 3-0 win. One of the viewer subscribers who's based in South Africa, in Johannesburg, South Africa, he was suggesting that Celtic's going to win the game 6-0. I would be personally surprised if Celtic do score that much. I think Dunfermline will be quite defensive, so I'm going for 3-1 to the so Jay Celtic boy 3-1 to the hoops, 3-1 to Celtic. I think that's I have a feeling Gary Simpson 3-1 as well. Yep. I've got a funny feeling this game's going to be very much like I've got a funny feeling this game's going to be very much like the Inverness Cali Thistle game from 3 years ago, the last game of Ange Postecoglou's time. That game was, we scored a goal towards the end of the first half, scored another goal. Inverness Cali Thistle got back into the game, and then Jota scored an added time goal to make it 3-1. Pat McLaughlin dies in double 3-0, 3-1. I think that's entirely. I don't think it's going to be a blowout. I don't think it's going to be a repeat of Celtic 6, Hibs 1 from way back in the old days, 50 years ago. I can certainly see Dunfermline sticking in the game. I think Dunfermline pretty much, no matter what the situation will be defending as much as they can. Sligo Boy 4-1 to Celtic. Yep, fair enough. Paradise Huddle 9-0. Well, I would love if it was 9-0 to Celtic. I'm sure that would be breaking a record for the biggest ever Scottish Cup final win. I don't personally see it as being a blowout, massive victory. Pat McLaughlin, I can see Martin making an example of Lennon. I don't think there's ever going to be. I don't think that Celtic are going to take Dunfermline easy because Neil Lennon's the manager. I think O'Neill will go out 100% to beat Dunfermline, the same way that Neil Lennon will go out 100% to try and get Dunfermline to beat Celtic. I don't think there's any loyalty one way or the other. Yeah, I think you make a good point there. I think if Celtic did get a couple of goals up nice and early, that probably Celtic would kind of coast the rest of the game. I don't see the result being a big win for Celtic, because apparently the word blowout is upsetting people. 1972, I think we're talking about this Celtic 6 Hibs 1 game. Shortly after that, or around the same time, Celtic also beat Hibs 6-3. Dixie Dean scored a hat-trick for Celtic. Joe Harper scored a hat-trick for Hibs in that game. Maeda double hat-trick, Wild Paradise Huddle. I would absolutely love if it's Dies and Maida's last game for Celtic. I would love to see him go out with a big game, a big performance. And if he scored a hat-trick, I would be very happy with that. If he scored a double hat-trick, which I don't personally see in Yep. Yep, it's Celtic defeated. Yep, so it says May the 6th, 1972, Celtic 6, Hibs 1 in the Scottish Cup final. Goals by Billy McNeill, 3 goals for Dixie Deans and 2 goals for Lou Macari, with 1 goal by Alan Gordon. So Celtic win 1-0 up with a Billy McNeill goal in the second minute. Then it went to 1-1, and then Dixie Dean scored a hat-trick, and then Macari scored 2 goals at the end. And then in October 1974, in the League Cup final, Celtic beat Hibs 6-3, hat-trick for Deans, goals for Jimmy Johnston, Murray and Paul Wilson. Yep, so the 6-1 win for Celtic over Hibs was it was probably the first game I'd actually seen on TV with Celtic playing. I'd seen Celtic playing a couple of games when I was across in Glasgow with my grandparents. Before that, was just why I ended up supporting Celtic rather than supporting any teams in Fife. And then it just so happened that Celtic were playing Hibs being my dad's team that he'd supported since he was a boy. And so it was my team against his team in that cup final live on television. So Sean South, Gary Owen, Keith Jackson will invade the pitch on Saturday just for the headline. To be thoroughly honest, I've stopped reading or watching anything that Keith Jackson or any of the Daily Record inverted commas journalists say or do on YouTube or on the various shows. I think they talk a load of nonsense, and when I was listening and reading what Keith Jackson and the various other inverted commas Daily Record journalists were saying, 90% of it was absolute rubbish, and most of it seemed to be designed to get under the skin of Celtic supporters and create controversy when there wasn't any controversy. A wee bit similar to the Irish guy who writes for the BBC, who's Tom English. Again, 90% of what he says is absolute rubbish as well. So I've stopped reading any of his columns too. It does mean there's fewer and fewer things to read nowadays, unfortunately. Yes. No, to be fair, Pat McLaughlin, it has surprised me some of the comments people have made. The other thing which has rather annoyed me is people like Gary Lineker and Alan Shearer and a few of the Talk Sport journal or presenters, journalists, ex-players saying, I don't usually watch Scottish football and I don't know much about Scottish football, and then going on and on and on about the unequal system and the pro-Celtic bias and all these things, which is quite clear that very few of these people actually are watching all 38 games of the league season. Pat McLaughlin McCoist was astonishing. Again, it's the problem you get with, and I dare say that there are some pundits who are very, very pro-Celtic, but it is part of the difficulty with people like Chris Boyd, Alan McCoist, Alan Hutton, quite a lot of other ex-Rangers players, is they do get incredibly focused on the Celtic Rangers battles over the years, and you don't really get very much that's actually independent, impartial, or actually of any real use. I find personally the comments that people like James McFadden make a lot more sense. He seems to be an ex-Motherwell player, quite whether he is a Ranger fan, a Celtic fan, simply a Motherwell fan. Quite a lot of what he says makes quite a lot of sense. It seems to be fairly independent, impartial, etc. I do think quite a lot of what Alan McCoy said on his various different platforms on the radio and television and stuff, it went beyond what really should be acceptable. I do wonder whether Sky Sports and Premier Sports maybe had a word with people like Chris Boyd and Michael Stewart, that saying the things that they've said could be part of the atmosphere, etc., that has triggered John Beaton being under police escort. Really, really feel massively sorry for John Beaton and his wife and kids that they had to spend 2 or 3 nights with police protection of their house. Not really very fair on somebody who was just trying to do their job. Gary Simpson, the media meltdown has been shocking, especially Talk Sport. Yes, and I do wonder whether the fact that Alan McCoist is one of their main presenters, maybe that has skewed the way that quite a number of the other folk on the channels speak. Not really a channel that I watch terribly much. Of course, again, one of the leading people on Talk Sport is Jim White, and again, a lifelong Rangers fan, all this time at STV and Sky Sports. and now at TalkSport. He's been a massive Rangers fan. So I do think personally, if you're going to be on a radio station or a TV station that's broadcasting to the whole of Britain, you probably need to be a bit more independent, impartial, and not massively biased towards the club you used to play for or the club you support, etc. Yes, Wyoming CSC, regardless of who they support, they need to be professional. I think it's a different matter of people like me or Ryan Womanate or Hamish Carton or Quinny on the Celts are here. I think we are all Celtic fans. We're doing independent YouTube channels. It's the channels that we started ourselves. We don't need to be independent, impartial. But I do think if you're on BBC, STV, TalkSport, Sky Sports, etc., you should be much more professional, and you should be much more, if you want to quote an American phrase from baseball, calling balls and strikes, i.e. just calling what you see and not particularly caring whether it benefits the team you support or the team you don't support. Ronald McLean, what's my view on the SPL using European referees? I think personally, referees are referees. Referees will make mistakes. VAR referees will make mistakes no matter who the referees are. I'm not convinced, having watched European football, Champions League, Europa League, Conference League, watching bits and bobs of various different leagues on Sky Sports and so on, that the referees in France or Germany or Belgium or Holland are any better than our referees. If we think about a lot of the Champions League referees that we had for our various games, not many of them were any better than the John Beatons and the Nick Walshes, etc. So I don't think it honestly would make any difference. I think referees will make mistakes because they're referees. I think VAR referees will make mistakes because they're just human beings, and if we're willing to accept that Dyson Maida misses 20 goal-scoring chances in a season that he should have put away, or Kasper Schmeichel lets 5 goals into the net that he shouldn't have let in, people make mistakes, be it Kasper Schmeichel, Dyson Maida, Callum McGregor. So John Beaton's going to make mistakes, Nick Walsh is going to make mistakes, Andrew Dallas is going to make mistakes because they're just human beings. So I don't personally see any benefit from having European referees to come and manage to referee in Scotland. Possibly if we made referees in Scotland 100% full time and that they don't do anything but referee football, which obviously would need a bit of a pay rise for all of them. I think it's a bit difficult for a person like John Beaton juggling being a full-time referee, but also having a job with ScotRail. Quite a number of the other referees have various different jobs that they do. And then the referee games midweek, the referee games at the weekend, fitting it in amongst in and around their usual jobs. You think about Douglas Ross, the Tory MSP. He fits in being a referee in amongst his job as a politician and a MSP at Holyrood. So if we made referees 100% full-time referees and they do nothing but referee games and do feedback sessions, reviewing all the games and all the mistakes they made or the good decisions they made, I think that might actually make referees better. But I'm not sure there's the money in Scottish football to get 20 full-time referees on, let's say, £50,000 a year, £75,000 a year, which means they don't have to have a normal job to supplement their refereeing salaries. Sean South, Gary Owen, Sligo Boy. Yes, I suppose in some ways we're all Europeans as well as being Scottish. We're all, well, not all of us. Some of us aren't. Some of us are Scottish. Some of us are Irish. Some of us are English. Some of us are British. Some of us might well be from other countries as well. Having said all those things, we are Celtic fans, Celtic supporters, come what may. But some of us are Europeans rather than British or Scottish. Sabin Cabot, European referees would be beyond the curse of schooling, upbringing, secret clubs, football membership. Well, all those things one could say about the two referees who were at the centre of the Motherwell penalty kick for Celtic, Andrew Dallas, son of Hugh Dallas, and John Beaton, two referees known to be Rangers fans. So having said all that, so you got two referees thought to be very strong Rangers supporters, and yet they made the right decision for Celtic in that game against Motherwell to give the penalty in the 96th minute with pretty much the last throw of the ball. I think pretty sure had that ball not been handled by the Nicholson, the defender, I think probably Celtic would have been allowed to put the ball back into the box one more time. However, Dallas, the VAR referee, saw a handball. John Beaton agreed with him. We got a penalty kick. Ian actually scores the goal, and that made Saturday's task to beat Hearts a lot easier, and all we had to do was beat Hearts. So it might take away a bit of the accusations of all the things that Slabbering Cabbage is saying. If we did have referees from France, Belgium, Holland, Germany, etc., etc. Yeah, Pat McLaughlin. Certainly, have seen in the news talk about Brendan Rodgers getting a medal and Wilfred Nancy getting a medal. So I suppose one could say that Wilfred Nancy did put 6 of the points that Celtic had on the table at the end of the season were points won by Wilfred Nancy's Celtic side. Can't remember how many points Celtic had from the Brendan Rodgers 3 months or so at the start of the season, but to an extent, both of Rodgers and Nancy's teams did contribute some of the points in the end. Good day to you, Gordon Flowers. We were talking a wee bit about this, the fact that Celtic fans come from all over the world, and we've got Gordon Flowers, pretty sure coming from Australia. Good day to you. Good morning to you. It's just turned midnight in Scotland, where I am. Yeah, Pat McLaughlin. So he did say, as best I got from reading a bit of the article, was that Celtic haven't approached him about getting a medal for the season. I thought it was actually quite nice that Celtic did give medals to pretty much everybody who's been involved with the Celtic team. I thought it was actually quite nice to see Thomas Chavanchara there for the celebrations on his crutches after his recent operation. Did score a couple of goals for Celtic, 3 or 4 assists for Celtic. That was quite nice to see him. Didn't see Julian Araujo there, unfortunately. Maybe he's still rehabbing with a view to playing for Mexico in the upcoming World Cup. So I can fully understand how upset Hearts fans and Hearts players were. I was saying to someone a few days ago just how disappointed I was when Celtic threw away the title on the last day of the season back in 2004-05, losing to 2-1 to Motherwell on the last day of the season. It was a similar sort of end to a game in that game compared to Celtic's 2-1 win over Hearts, or say 3-1 win over Hearts on Saturday, in that with about 8 or 9 minutes to go, Celtic were winning the title. Then we conceded a goal to Motherwell. Then they scored a second goal, which then threw away the title and gave it to Rangers. I was absolutely destroyed for about 3 or 4 days after that. And as I say, when I went to work on the Monday after the Celtic Motherwell game, someone said, "Who died?" So it did take me a few days to get over Celtic losing that game to Motherwell. So I can understand why why Hearts fans, Hearts players, etc., are very, very upset at losing, because they were within 3 minutes of winning the title, which would have been very good for them, very good for their football club. Not sure it's very good would have been very good for Scottish football in the long run. But I can understand how upset Hearts fans and Hearts players were. Can't really understand quite why so many Rangers fans have been so involved with all the controversy and the post-mortem, etc., of the game. Yes, Wyoming CSC, that season, that the 2004-05 season, was a painful one. Yep. So Gordon Flowers. Yep. So quite right. It would be around about midnight for yourself, 3:00 in the afternoon, Scottish time, for the kickoff. Hopefully by 5:00. Callum McGregor will be going up the steps to receive the trophy and coming back to do a lap of honour with all the players, etc. Yep, 5 in a row. Paradise had all quite right. So 2 under Postecoglou, 2 under Rodgers, and now 1 under a mixture of Rodgers, Nancy, and O'Neill, although pretty much 100%. I think the credit needs to go to Martin O'Neill, his backup coaches, and the players. All of them in the end came through for Celtic, and I think the fans came through for Celtic as well at the end. Yep, it's Pat McLaughlin. It's what I said. So in theory, Rodgers and Nancy had a contribution to it, but I totally agree. I think I think Rodgers and Nancy could be given medals by Celtic at the discretion of Celtic. Ordinarily, the manager of the title-winning team gets a medal, and ordinarily you have to play. I think it would be 10 games for Celtic to be guaranteed a medal in a 38-game season. However, the team, Celtic, etc., can ask for more medals at their own cost. So Celtic are allowed to buy another 5 or 10 medals to give to players who've maybe played 4 or 5 games in the season. However, players like Chavan Chara, who played something like 10 league games, or who did play 10 league games, they would get one by right. But some who played fewer games in the season wouldn't necessarily be given a league medal by simply because they hadn't played the right number of games. Yeah, that's one point of view, Gordon Flowers. They should be ashamed of accepting a medal. I suspect that I don't I think personally, I think the players who played maybe 5 games or more in the league season deserve to get a medal. Not convinced that Rodgers or Nancy deserve to get a medal, all things considered. But I do think a player who's maybe played five of the league games as a starter or as a sub probably does deserve it. But I don't personally think that Rodgers or Nancy deserves anything. For the season, I think all the plaudits need to go to O'Neill and his backroom staff. Very good, Sean South, Gary Owen, stroke Sligo boy. Nancy medals and gets medal. I don't think personally that either Nancy nor Brendan Rodgers would be asking for a medal. I don't think either of them would think of that. Yes. Gordon Flowers, players, yes. Medals, those to Schadenfreude posers, no. I couldn't agree more. I totally agree with you. I think players who play 5 games or more in the league season of 38 games fully deserve medals because they've made a real contribution. I think the two other managers created a lot of problems for Celtic, which happily the players and primarily Maloney, O'Neill, Fotheringham, McManus, Strachan, etc., along with the players, managed to get Celtic out of the mess that was created by Brendan Rodgers and the situation around that. And then same again in January onwards, O'Neill and his backroom staff were able to get Celtic out of the mess. Let's see. Really pretty remarkable record by Martin O'Neill in his second half of the season. 18 league games, 14 wins, 2 draws, 2 defeats. 4 cup wins out of 4. Hopefully will be 5 out of 5 as of Saturday tea time. And overall record in the second half of the season, 26 games played, 20 wins, 3 draws, 3 defeats, one of which was in Europe to Stuttgart. So really, really impressive second half of the season. And had we had that sort of so if you think about doubling, if you double the 18 games that O'Neill managed in the leagues for the second half of the season, so that would have been Celtic would have, if we think about doubling that would be 28 wins, which would be 84 points, 4 draws, 88 points. So had we had O'Neill as the manager all season, and had he kept up that sort of record, we would have been in the 90s for points rather than 82, which is what we were in the end. And a large majority of those 82 points that Celtic got in the end were got in the 2 spells by Martin O'Neill. Sorry, just starting to get a wee bit tired. I'm afraid I'm occasionally mixing up the 2 names. Sorry. Gordon Flowers, have we talked about Saturday's lineup and match predictions yet? So the general consensus in terms of the result on Saturday, most of us were going for a 3-0 win, 3-1 win. Few of us were going for 4-1, 5-1, 6-1. One of us was going for a 9-0 win for Celtic on Saturday. So the general consensus was about 3. Was a 3-goal victory or so for Celtic on Saturday. We never really properly debated the point about so we never really properly debated what our starting 11 would be. If anybody wanted to ask me what our starting 11 would be, I would go for Sinisalo, Johnston, Trusty, Scales, Tierney, Engels, McGregor, Negrin, Yang, Chineki, and Maeda. I would not be against Celtic using Osman centrally and Maida on the left, and not playing Chinecki. Don't think Chinecki's played terribly well for Celtic coming as a starter. He's been played much better off the bench. I think what we also have to remember with Sebastian Chinecki is he had a full season playing in Swedish football, came straight into playing for Celtic without having had any kind of mid-season or end-of-season break between finishing in Sweden and coming into play in Scotland. So he has played over 12 months of football non-stop with the two leagues put together. So I think I think he might be a wee bit similar to Nicholas Kuhn. I think he actually could be stronger for Celtic in his second season than he was in his first season. So that would be my starting 11 would be Sinisalo, Johnson, Trusty, Scales, Tierney, McGregor, Engels, Nygren, Yang on the right, Chinecki or Maida on the left, and Maida or Osman through the middle. Simply because I think players like Iheanacho and Forrest, in terms of their energy levels, are better coming off the bench than they are as starters. Yeah, Gordon Flowers, I do totally agree. Scotland's VAR isn't very good. We've got less cameras at games than most European countries. Our offside VAR system isn't top drawer. It relies on technicians to draw lines in conjunction with the two VAR referees. A lot of the countries around the world, it's much more centered on proper AI technology, computer technology, GPS trackers, all these sorts of things. In most countries in Europe, they've got proper goal line technology, so the referee knows the ball's over the line or doesn't know the ball's over the line. There's also a camera shooting along the byline and the goal line all the time. Completely agree. Reportedly, Celtic and Rangers are trying to negotiate with the SPFL to add another £100,000, £200,000 each from all the clubs. So reportedly, both Celtic and Rangers are keen to put more money into the VAR technology. Unfortunately, the Hibs, the Hearts, the Aberdeens, the St Mirrens, the Kilmarnocks, etc., don't want to commit more money to VAR. They want to keep it at the bare minimum, which is where we are at the moment. However, Celtic and Rangers are trying, apparently, to lead a campaign to get more money into VAR. So I think the more cameras, the better. The better technology, the better. The proper goal line technology. Now, my understanding is on Saturday for the thank you very much, Slabber and Cabbage. Thank you very much for the offer of a dram. I don't tend to actually like whiskey terribly much. Much more prefer beer and wine and so on. However, Mrs. David 67 does like whiskey a lot, as does my brother. So I will thank you very, very much for your very, very generous gift. This is completely the whole live stream thing is completely and utterly and totally free of charge. So it's extremely generous of you to give me a wee present. It's very, very generous. Thank you so much. I'd say it's completely free. It's always going to be completely free, but very, very generous for you. And I'll maybe turn it into a wee glass of wine for after Saturday when we win, or for Mrs. Davis 67, who does like whiskey a lot. Oh, does like whiskey. Doesn't like a lot of whiskey, likes whiskey. Yes, Wyoming CSC, I completely agree. The UEFA VAR system is got GPS tracker technology. It's got virtual reality, AI technology. It's so much more accurate than the system we've got. Basically, with the system we've got, there is a computer technician who draws a line onto the screen that's agreed to by the VAR referee and the assistant VAR referee. There's a wee bit of the computer system drawing the straight line because the cameras aren't necessarily shooting straight across the pitch. The system that UEFA's got and FIFA's got, so the system that will be in place at the World Cup, relies on considerably better technology, GPS, all kinds of tracker systems, way better than us. And in theory, Scotland could have that system for the Scottish Premier League, the Scottish Premiership rather, but no other teams apart from the Celtic or Rangers are willing to put the extra money into paying for the better technology. Yes, and somebody was making the point about Motherwell. Motherwell's system for the first few games of VAR in Scotland, actually one of the cameras wasn't properly switched on, which was a big factor in the goal that Jota didn't get, because they hadn't actually switched on the camera that was shooting across the penalty box line. And the camera that was shooting across the halfway line wasn't able to get a proper picture of Jota being onside or offside. Yes. So Wyoming CSC, remember the Jota one? Yep. The story was that Motherwell hadn't switched that camera on. So they were supposed to have a camera at the 18-yard line, the halfway line, the 18-yard line, except they didn't have the 18-yard line camera switched on at one of the ends, which meant there wasn't an angle that they could show whether Jota was onside or offside, etc. We've certainly had some pretty dodgy decisions at Easter Road over the seasons. There was a really dodgy penalty kick given against Liam Scales in the first game at Easter Road this season. In the second game at Easter Road, we had that goal given to Newell, despite the fact it was a pretty obvious handball. Then there was the pushing in the box that pushed Negrin out of play that should have been given as a penalty but wasn't. We also had a yellow card that got turned into a red card, which did benefit Celtic, and then we had a offside goal that was disallowed but then re-allowed. Whether it's Easter Road's fault or whether it's the VAR people or the refs or a combination of all those folk, but you're quite right. Pat McLaughlin, there have been probably more than the fair share of bad VAR calls and bad VAR technology at Firth Park compared to many other grounds around Scotland. Although there's been some dodgy decisions against Celtic at Celtic Park this season. You think about the Austin Trustee red card against Hibs, the non-penalty to Liam Scales in the same game against Hibs 2 minutes later. And however, if we think about it, if it wasn't for VAR last Saturday, we might not have been given that goal for Dyes and Maida. That goal was disallowed somehow by the Faroe linesman. Happily, VAR stepped in and gave us the goal quite rightly, because it was a goal. It was never offside in a million years. Quite how that assistant referee got it wrong, I don't know. Yeah, YMCA East Robe is more a case of people running VAR getting it wrong. I'm still not very certain why the Newell goal was given and not disallowed. The pushing in the box that where Negrin was pushed out of play by whoever the Hibs defender was. To me, it was a pretty blatant push, and it should have been a penalty kick. And anywhere else on the pitch, you push a player like that, it's a definite foul. However, there seems to be a tremendous latitude for blocking off players and pushing players when you're trying to get the ball to go out of play. So the non-penalty for Negrin was slightly more understandable, but the handball to give Newell that goal, I just still don't understand. It'll be interesting to see how Willie Collum tries to justify it, or whether he, like he does some of the time, admits that they got it wrong. Yep, Wyman CAC, how in the world the flag went up for Maeda, it ruined a great moment. It is always the problem watching the game on TV, and I'm sure watching the games live at the actual ground, is you celebrate the goal and then you stop, or as I did then, I didn't actually properly celebrate until they started talking about the VAR angles and stuff on Sky Sport as they replayed the goal. It does actually take away quite a lot of the fun of watching a game live, be it on television or be it at the ground, and that you can't really celebrate a goal until VAR has checked the goal out, which means there's a 30-second, 45-second delay often between the ball going in the back of the net, certainly from an open play goal, and then waiting for the referee to point towards the centre circle. Sean South Gary Owen, about to make that point. How poor was that linesman for that one? He made a couple of funny decisions for offsides that may well have been wrong, both for Celtic and for Hearts. He made a couple of funny offside decisions at different points in the game. So maybe just the pressure of assistant refereeing in that game, maybe it got to him. Again, much like players freezing in the biggest game of their life, sometimes I guess referees and assistant referees freeze in the biggest game of their life as well. I don't think that assistant referee was Douglas Ross's cousin. I don't particularly remember that assistant referee from any other games this season. Yep, YMC. I totally agree with you. I'm not a massive fan of VAR the way it's used in Scotland or the way it's used full stop around the world. However, there have been 2 or 3 poor decisions that, had they stood, would have cost Celtic. Well, it would have cost the Celtic a goal against Hibs. The goal that Maeda scored would have been chalked off by Douglas Ross being a few yards behind the play. The goal that we scored against Hearts would have been disallowed at Celtic Park. That meant we would have been 2-1 up with 3 minutes to go. So there have been a few VAR decisions that have been correctly overruled that's benefited Celtic. There's been a few VAR decisions over the season which has very much gone against Celtic, and I'm sure if somebody independent and impartial actually looked at all the decisions made by refs and made by VAR in Scotland and said 27 went for Celtic, 33 went against Celtic, 28 went for Hearts, 24 went against Hearts, etc., etc. I'm sure they would find out that over the course of the season that things just about balanced out between the two sides. And I think a lot of Hearts fans and a lot of the pundits forget there were several games this season where Hearts really got the benefit of the doubt of some bad VAR decisions. One game that always comes to my mind is when Hearts beat Rangers at Ibrox. Shankland handled the ball in preparation for scoring the goal. That was VAR, and the referee didn't give it. That goal was scored. That put them up. Rangers had a goal disallowed that should never have been disallowed. Hearts got a really weak penalty that Shankland scored off the rebound. So in that one game, Hearts had 3 decisions go in their favour, which in effect gave them 2 goals for and chalked off a very decent, proper, legitimate goal by Rangers. So it swings and roundabouts over the course of a season. Yes. And I do think partially one of the things that I think VAR has ironed out a few dodgy decisions, and I think it maybe does make. I think it also puts referees under a bit more pressure. I think maybe also referees these days aren't maybe making decisions on the pitch that they should do, and kind of waiting for VAR to make the decision for them. So in essence, I think if a referee's got a proper view of an incident, it should be strong evidence that means the referee's opinion gets changed by VAR. However, if you look at the decision where Celtic got the penalty against Motherwell for the Nicholson handball, I don't think John Beaton would have had a good angle on that one when he was watching the game live from his spot on the pitch. Much the same as I don't think the referee in the Celtic Hibs game for the Newell goal would have had a proper view of where the ball did or didn't hit Newell's arm and hand because he was from the wrong side, which is why I think VAR in both those situations has to sort of referee the game for the referee because the referee couldn't properly see the incident. Yep, Sean's South Gary on. Someone suggested a 90-minute timer. Every time the ball is dead ball, injury, substitution, etc., clock stop. That's similar to what happens in rugby. Is a good example. There are lots and lots of times during a rugby union match where the clock is stopped by the referee and the TV referee, and some things such as we're talking about rugby. A player who's going to kick a conversion or kick a penalty, a certain amount of time is allowed to run off the clock, but you can't. But that timer stops after a certain period of time. Same way if there's going to be a scrum or a throw in rugby union, sometimes the clock is stopped and stuff as well, and the referee stops the clock for injuries, for substitutions, etc. So I think it's a really good system. It's a similar system in American football, where the clock is stopped after the play is done. When the play goes out of bounds or whatever, again the clock is stopped. So I think there is quite a lot of merit in that system, and it would certainly rule out quite a lot of the controversy about how long a game's going on for, because in essence the clock would stop at 90 seconds, or when the ball goes dead after the timer goes to 45 minutes. And then goes to 90 minutes if you had the continuous system with the clock stopping every now and again, as suggested by Sligo Boy there. Yep. So I maybe wasn't explaining that very well, but Sligo Boy and Wyoming CSC are calling for a stop clock for years. I completely agree. It would get rid of quite a lot of the confusion regarding added time at the end of a game for substitutions, for time wasting, for players being injured, etc. I also think that there should be a stronger system for players going down injured, simply so that they can get a bit of a breather, or simply so that the coaches and the managers can do some tactical tweaks, etc., and get the players to come over for a bit of a chat. It's amazing how often goalkeepers, for example, go down injured when there doesn't seem to be any reason for them to go down injured. And then all the players then go over for a chat with the manager and the coaches and a bit of a drink and so on of energy juice. So I think there are quite a number of things that could be stamped out the game using the stop clock system that Sligo Boy and Wyoming CSC are suggesting. Clashman Numpty might work eventually, and it's a good idea. Hearts game might have lasted 4 hours. Take a sleeping bag to Tynecastle, and certainly, that's partly the case in watching I don't watch very much rugby apart from when Scotland are playing internationally. And I do watch rugby for those things, but certainly international matches involving Scotland rugby do take far longer than they ever did before. And as well as really enjoying watching Celtic and watching football, I also do enjoy watching the National Football League, American football as well. And games in the National Football League go on for hours and hours and hours and hours. It's a 1 hour of playing time, which typically lasts 3.5 to 4 hours of real time. So I think Clashman Numpty makes a good point that if the stop clock system was being completely accurate, games could last an incredible length of time. There is a wee bit of a worry that it's not supposed to happen, but I suspect that because of the nature of America and Mexico, for that matter, being very, very hot countries, or certainly parts of America where the World Cup games will be, and certainly where Mexico's games are, it's incredibly hot. So they probably are going to be having breaks halfway through each of the halves to allow the players to take on fluids, etc. So it's an interesting point of view, Clashman Numpty. Rugby is a real man's sport or a real woman's sport now. Footballs are so namby-pamby. Well, I think I can see where you're coming from. Good. So one or two wee stats of Celtic's season in the league just finished. I think it shows that it was a very special season for Celtic in terms of points that we won last season. The season just finished. It's our lowest league winning point total since 2018. 8 defeats in the season was our most in a single season since 1999-2000. So that was the John Barnes-Kennedy least season before Martin O'Neill took over, where we lost 9 games in the league that season. And it was the most defeats in a title-winning season since 78-79, when they lost 9. 73 goals in the season, the lowest again since 2018. We missed 84 big chances in the season. Pretty awful. Well, great stat in terms of the fact we created 84 big chances, as well as the 73 goals. But we missed 84 big chances. Now, big chance being what the statisticians call, in essence, a goal that should have been scored, because it's a shot on goal where the striker or the player has only the goalkeeper to beat. So there's no defenders to block the ball. There's no defenders to tackle the player. It's basically a one-on-one between the person with the ball at their feet and the goalkeeper. So that's 84 goals that we left on the pitch. However, 6 winning goals in added time, 11 goals scored by Celtic after 90 minutes in a game. And we'd gone all the way from 14th of September 2025 all the way through to the last day of the season with 3 minutes to go, not being top of the table. So it's a pretty remarkable season of not as many goals as usually, not as many goals as usual, not as many points as usual, far more defeats than usual. But in the end, Celtic found a way to win the title. Yep. I was sceptical about Martin O'Neill first time and second, and not so much the second time. I was sceptical about him coming in the first time. However, he was unbeaten domestically, all wins domestically in his first spell with Celtic after Rodgers, before Nancy, and only lost 3 games in the second half of the season, one of which was to Stuttgart. So remarkable record that the coaches and the players eventually got for Celtic in the end. So well done to them. Pat McLaughlin, this is going to be the worst World Cup ever, I think. Well, there is an argument to say the fact that there are so many different countries competing at the World Cup this time, that maybe that does dilute the quality of the teams. Very, very different. The first World Cup I can remember was Scotland in Germany, way back in 1974. There were just 16 countries in that World Cup. There was like 1 or 2 teams from Africa, 1 or 2 teams from Asia. Predominantly, there were teams from Europe and South America. Now, there's countries from all over the world, which I think is a very positive thing, but possibly there are just too many countries at this World Cup, so the quality might be diluted. I think the fact that America was awarded the World Cup was initially a good idea, but it's now become an awful idea. The tickets are so massively overpriced. The accommodation is overpriced. The transport systems are massively overpriced. You've then got all the rigmarole of visas and getting yourself through immigration and customs and airports and stuff. I think this World Cup could be an unmitigated disaster. So, Clashman Umpty, did I do a prediction and lineup for Saturday? Yeah, yes, I did. So, my predicted lineup, which would be Sinisalo, Johnston, Trusty, Scales, Tierney, McGregor, Engels, Negrin, Yang, torn between Maeda or Tuneki out on the left. And if it's not Maeda out on the left, it'll be Maeda at centre forward or striker. If we put Maeda out to wide on the left, I think we could then play Callum Osmond through the middle as the starter and then bringing on Tuneki later in the game. But I think, as has been the case the last few games of the season, I think 10 positions pick themselves. There's some confusion as to who plays wide left. And then if Maeda's not playing wide left, Maeda plays as the centre forward. And over the course of the 5 post-split games, Maeda scored 7 goals in those last 5 games and was a massive factor in all those Celtic victories. Yes. So I would love to see Callum Osmond through the middle, partly because it gives us the chance to see whether Callum Osmond can play as a starting centre forward, a starting main striker. So far this season, we've seen him coming off the bench against Rangers to score in the League Cup semi-final, coming off the bench to get us a penalty against Midtjylland, and then unfortunately tear his hamstring and be out for 6 months. We've seen him come off the bench against Hearts at the weekend, create a goal with a brilliant run and assist, and then scored the 3rd goal. So I would love to see Osmond through the middle. Pat McLaughlin, Sinisalo, Johnson, Trusty, Scales, Terry McGregor, Engels, Negrin, Yang, Maeda, Osmond. Yep. I would love to see Celtic playing that 11. I wouldn't be against James Forrest starting on one side and Yang starting on the other. I think personally, over the course of this season, Yang has done enough to deserve to be the starting wide player on one side or the other. I think he's played better as a wide player more so than Tuneki. I think Tuneki and Forrest's best games this season have been coming off the bench. I have a feeling that O'Neill will go for the safer option, which is keeping with the starting 11 that started against Hearts on Saturday. Maeda, Iheanacho, Osmond. Then now there are some who have talked about Celtic playing a 3-5-2, which would probably mean bringing in probably Dane Murray as the right centre-back, unless we're going to go with Alistair Johnson as a right-sided centre-back. You certainly could also use Kieran Tierney as a centre-back and then play Sirachi and Johnston as the 2 wing-backs. I wouldn't personally be against Celtic playing Iheanacho and Osmond as a two-person attack. I think we would be wasting Osmond if we played Osmond as a wide player. That was apparently where Brendan Rodgers was keener to try and use Osmond as a wide player on the right or the left rather than as a central player. Never really saw that as being using Osmond's skill. But apparently that was something that Rodgers was thinking about trying had he stayed as the manager past the end of the Hearts and Dundee games. Yes, Gary Simpson. I was a bit surprised. I can't remember who I read this with, but they were suggesting that O'Neill might go 3-5-2 in the cup final. I think he's going to go the same 4-3-3 style that he has had, or a sort of 4-2-1-2-1 system, the way that he has all season. I think if Celtic started with Sirachi at left back and Tierney on the bench, I think that also would be a perfectly fine. I think Celtic actually are quite lucky now that we've got nearly all our players back fit. Obviously, Jota's still out, Carter Vickers is still out, but we've actually got a lot of our players back fit. Clashman up to you think Fulham might regret Osman leaving as much as Dembele? Certainly, Fulham were desperate for Callum Osman to stay at Fulham this season. I think Osmond was promised by either Rodgers or whoever signed Osmond for Celtic. I think he was promised first team football this season past, and then that first team football increasing over the next couple of seasons. I think Osmond felt had he stayed at Fulham, he wasn't going to get first team football. So 4-4-2 with no goalie. Well, I think Celtic do need to have a goalie because a lot of Sinisalo's role on Saturday past was actually to be kind of a sweeper keeper halfway up Celtic's half to keep the ball going forward when Trusty and Johnston and Tierney and Scales and so on were hitting their sideways passes. Yes, Clashman, expect us to win comfortably, but need to respect the opposition. I think the difference between Brendan Rodgers and Martin O'Neill, or the team behind Brendan Rodgers and the team behind Martin O'Neill, is the fact that the team behind Martin O'Neill and Martin O'Neill will prepare 100%. They'll have a plan of how Dunfermline are likely to play, a plan of how to stop Dunfermline playing the way they want to play. They'll have a plan of what Dunfermline's weaknesses are, the way how to exploit them, how to use our players to beat their players, etc. I don't get the feeling that under Brendan Rodgers we were nearly as clinical and organised in planning how to beat the other team. I know a lot of people haven't got an awful lot of faith in Derek McInnes. I think Derek McInnes and the team behind him were also good at planning how to beat other teams, how to nullify other teams, how to stop other teams playing. And in most of the games Derek McInnes managed this season past, he was also quite good at making substitutions and making tactical changes to counter-attack and how to beat the systems the other team were using. That was proven, obviously, in the game against us, which we lost 3-1 at Tynecastle early in the season. That was 1-1 at half-time. Second half, Hearts were the better side. I think he also planned how to beat the Wilfred Nancy system. I think he did a good preparation for that. Obviously, in several games, he changed the system at half-time, and Hearts played better in the second half. So I think O'Neill and Maloney have been very good at doing that this season. Don't think Rodgers was very good at doing that before. And it's mostly young Callum will hopefully fulfill his potential and become a Celtic legend. I can certainly see potentially a Callum Osman scoring the number of goals for Celtic that Chris Commons, Anthony Stokes, Gary Hooper, maybe even a Lee Griffiths style of player. I can certainly see if he gets a run in the team next season, the season after, that he could be a player who scores 20 goals a season, maybe 30 goals a season if he becomes one of Celtic's two main strikers. I am very sorry, Sean South Gary Owen strokes Sligo boy. I didn't see the joke. I'm sorry. It's getting a wee bit late. I'm getting a wee bit tired. We've been going for nearly 4 hours, so I do apologise if I'm not as mentally sharp now as I was 3.5 hours ago. Pat McLaughlin might needs to be centre forward to utilise Kieran Tierney. I think Kieran Tierney is a very adaptable player. I think we could play him at one of several different positions. We can play him as a left wing back, a left centre back. We could play him as a conventional left back. I think as we saw from his stats, he scored 6 goals in the league from left back. He had 8 assists in the league from left back. He had the most successful tackles of any Celtic player this season past in the league. So I think he's a very adaptable player. I think he's got lots of strings to his bow. It was remarkable how fit he managed to keep, how generally injury-free he managed to be all season. He missed a few games here and there. He finished about 4 or 5 games over the whole course of the season. Luckily, we had good deputies to come on and replace him at left back, primarily Sirachi. And I think the other thing about Kieran Tierney is I think he is a mad keen Celtic supporter. He's been supporting Celtic from the terraces since he was about 6 or 7 or 8. He came back from London to watch Celtic games from the terraces. So I think that's also quite an important thing. I think he's a Celtic player, a Celtic fan in his heart. So I think that also helps him be a good Celtic player. Yes, Clashman Numpty, I do think Celtic need to improve their relationship. I would love for Celtic to get to allow full access for all the Celtic fan media channels, the YouTube channels, etc. I think that's also a very, very positive thing. I think they maybe do need to change things a wee bit in terms of their interaction with people like TalkSport, BBC, Sky Sports, etc., Premier Sports. I think probably also at the same time, people like Sky Sports, TalkSport, and Premier Sports, I think some of their pundits need to become more professional and actually think of the consequences of the things they say actually can have real life consequences on players, on managers, on officials, and on the families of the officials. I say, I do think it's really a really terrible situation. The fact that John Beaton and his wife and children had to have a police protection for 2 or 3 nights really is just not on. So I do think all these things do need to get looked at. And I do think the Michael Stewarts, the Chris Boys, the Alan McCoys, etc., probably do need to temper down the language they use, make it less inflammatory, less provocative, less controversial, etc. I think there's a dividing line between what Chris Sutton does, what James McFadden does, what a lot of good football analysts do, and what people who like McCoy, Boyd, etc. do, which is just to stir up controversy and stir up fights. And I think, unfortunately, the Michael Stewarts and the McCoys and so on, a lot of what they say has unintended or unexpected consequences affecting real life human beings. Class Bounty, you have the endurance of a long distance runner, David. Take my hat off to you. Great content, keep up the good work, and enjoy the off season with your family. Well, I think there's some merit in that. I think with virtually everything in life, it's a two-way street. And I do hope that the Michael Stewarts, the Alan McCoys, the Chris Boyds, the John Robertsons, the Paul Hartleys, etc., maybe do take a lesson from what happened to John Beaton and his wife and kids, and think, maybe I do need to just temper things down a bit, quieten things down a bit, stop being so controversial and aggressive, and so on. Be a bit more like Chris Sutton, be a bit more like James McFadden, be a bit more like, I don't know, Alan Hansen. I know he's a person of the past, but yep, Gary Simpson, they're getting away with anything and everything, no care in the world, has to be consequences for him. Well, in essence, Michael Stewart was banned by the Scottish FA from being at Hampden Park. Premier Sports tried to get around that by putting him in a television van in the grounds of Hampden Park. That got banned for the next day. So I do think some of these things should, but I think actually personally, Premier Sports and Sky Sports and so on should be disciplining or controlling their pundits better if they do start stepping over the mark into etc. Cashman, up to you. Score prediction for Saturday. You're going for 6-0 to Celtic. Personally, I would go for 3-0 to Celtic. I don't think Celtic. I think if Celtic get off to a good start, get a goal or two nice and early, I don't think they'll pile on the goals. I think they will just control the game and end up winning the game 3-0, 3-0, 3-1, 4-0, something like that. Personally, I can see it being a bit like the Inverness Cali Thistle Cup final from 3 years ago that ended up 3-1. Yep, Gordon Flowers 3-0. I think one way or another, Celtic will have too much for Dunfermline. They might well defend well for half an hour. I think sooner or later Celtic will break them down. And again, go back to the Inverness Cali Thistle Celtic game from 3 years ago. Cali Thistle hung out till near enough half time. Then Kyogo got a goal. I think Celtic's defence, if it plays at or near its better form, not even at its best form, but near its better form, I think Johnson, Trusty, Scales, Tierney, Sinisalo, etc., will be good enough to stop them from scoring. Yep. Martin's Wyoming CSE. Martin's man management is superb. Team talks must be amazing. I think that certainly is the feedback that a lot of players talk about when they're talking about him. Players like, let's say, Alistair Johnston, who wasn't part of the dressing room culture for most of the season. I think that was one thing he said on quite a lot of different interviews towards the end of the season, was how good O'Neill was in terms of team talks and motivation. I think Callum Osmond said much the same thing. I think O'Neill was quite a factor in the rehabilitation of Osmond and Johnson, getting them back into the team. Also, neither of the two of them was really rushed back into the team. I think all these things, I think, it shows that O'Neill's very good working within a big team network and interacting with all the different cogs in the machine. And I think he's a better person of dragging all the various different parts of a football club together. I got the feeling that Rodgers wasn't very good at bringing all the different areas of a football team together, as compared to Postecoglou, who was a much more of a person, who was a motivator, who created a big team spirit, big team network, and was able to work with recruitment, scouting, the board, the players, the coaches, etc., and worked pretty well with the media as well. So Rubber Duck 67 going for Celtic winning on penalties and then a pitch invasion. I hope it doesn't go to penalties. I don't like penalty. I know we did win the penalty shootout against Rangers a couple of months ago, and that was very exciting. But I would love for Celtic to get to be 2-0 up after the first 20 minutes or so, and for us then to calmly, confidently control the rest of the game, and win in the end. So, Gordon Flowers, you hope that Celtic are working as we speak to get everything together for the start of the season. I think we might find out after the cup final's done. So I think we might well find out next week just where Celtic are going. I get the feeling with Celtic having given new contracts to Forrest and Scales and McCowan and had negotiations with Sirachi and Iheanacho regarding next season suggest that there might well be something going on behind the scenes, and that Celtic have something lined up to be announced in the next week or two after Martin O'Neill finishes this season. He's talked about he's going to be talking with the board, Nicholson, Dermot Desmond, Brian Wilson, etc., after the cup final. Suggests that there may well be something that O'Neill might be doing a permanent role at Celtic of one sort or another, possibly as the permanent manager. I do feel there's something going on behind the scenes. Otherwise, Scales, Forrest, McCowan, etc., wouldn't have been given new contracts last month. That suggests that there's some kind of controlling influence behind the team. Yep, Clash by Numpty. I think there's a big change coming at Celtic Park. I think one of the things also is I fully agree, fully accept there is going to be a big change coming at Celtic. I think also there needs to be a fair amount of continuity between this season finished and next season. Starting all afresh with a brand new set of players is counterproductive. I think we do need to keep about half to 2/3 of this current starting 11. Some will be moving on naturally, and then hopefully whoever we bring in to replace them comes in and settles down into the team just as quickly as Tierney did, just as quickly as Nygren did, and hopefully players who come into the team who are already part of the squad, like Sinisalo, assuming he becomes the first choice goalkeeper next season, and hopefully players like Jota and Carter Vickers can come back next season and be 100% fit, avoid injury for the rest of the season, and get back to the quality of football they used to play for Celtic. So I do think there needs to be a bit of continuity as well as refreshing lots and lots of things. And I think there will be quite a number of players leaving, quite a number of players coming back in. But what we do require, however, which didn't happen the season just finished, is that the pre-existing players need to step up whilst the new players are getting used to Scottish football, getting used to the team, getting used to the country, getting used to the tactics, the trainings situations, etc. And I don't think, as I said, our pre-season training went at all well, and I don't think our pre-season friendlies went at all well because the new players, the transfers didn't get bedded in properly into the team network, and the pre-existing players didn't step up to cover for the new players until so they allow the new players to get used to everything. Anyway, we've now been going for 4 hours. It's now gone past 1 o'clock in the morning. I'm starting to get rather tired. So I think, as much as I would love to go on for another hour, I think it's probably time to call it a day, call it a morning. Thank you so much to everybody who's contributed so much this evening. Thanks to Sean South Gary Owen under his new name as opposed to Sligo Boy from before. Thanks Gary Simpson, Clash by Numpty, Ernest Mosley, Pat McLaughlin, Slabbering Cabbage from earlier on. Thank you so much to Gordon Flowers joining us from Sydney. That's been wonderful that we're traveling all around the world with the David's live stream. Thank you to Rubber Duck 67, Chipper 67 earlier on. And if I've missed out your names, sorry. And as I say, we'll do the same again next Thursday. Hopefully next Thursday we can be celebrating. So Wyoming CSC, thank you as well. So I don't miss out anyone's names deliberately. There are so many people who make such massive contributions to the live streams and to the channel. I can't thank everybody enough. So good night to everybody. Good luck to Celtic on Saturday, beating Dunfermline. Hopefully around about 5 o'clock in the afternoon on Saturday. We've got Callum McGregor picking up the trophy high above his head, celebrating yet another double for Celtic. And then hopefully over the week after that, we get to know quite where Celtic are going in terms of next season's managers, next season's players, whether O'Neill's staying in one role or another. And hopefully quite a lot of the answers get answered over the next 2 or 3 weeks. And then sooner or later, we'll be back into pre-season training. And hail to you, Clash by Numpty. And as I say, we'll be doing another live stream next Thursday. So until then, thank you very much. Good luck, Celtic, in winning on Saturday rather. And hail.